Good morning. My name is Simona Valenchuta, President and CEO of San Diego Oasis. It is my tremendous pleasure to welcome all of you to the County of San Diego's Vital Aging Conference. During more normal times, we would all be meeting in person, and I would be looking at your smiling faces. This past year, as we know, has not been normal. In recognition of our beautiful community's strength and resilience during this difficult time and the losses we all have felt, I'd like to ask you to please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. The world will never quite be the same after all of this, but we can look at gatherings such as Vital Aging Conference as beacons of positivity and hope as the world opens up again. Today, you will be hearing from a number of accomplished speakers, including our keynote speaker, the Emmy Award-winning actor and humanitarian Henry Winkler. Interspersed with these speakers will be informational videos, as well as fun stretch breaks designed to get you on your feet and moving just a little bit. We will be sending you an evaluation, and we thank you in advance for filling it out. We want to know how we did. Also, we will be pulling names for opportunity drawings throughout the day. You have to be present to win, and the winners will be announced in the chat, which you will find at the bottom of your screen. The chat feature is also an excellent way to get technical assistance, should you need it. One last bit of business. Since our speakers only have a short time with us, they will not be able to take your questions live. However, you're welcome to put your questions in the Q&A section, which is at the bottom of your screen, and our speakers and their teams will do their very best to answer your questions. And now, on to the good stuff. First, I would like to welcome the 2021 Vice Chair of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, Nora Vargas, to say a few words. Vice Chair Vargas joined the board this year and represents the first supervisorial district in South County.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. This is my first Vital Aging Conference, and it is so inspiring to see how many older adults, caregivers, people with disabilities, and service providers are joining us this morning. We have an exciting lineup for speakers today and a lot of good information. I hope you will share what you learned with your friends and family members, and that you will make a commitment to do something new to support your own health and wellness. We are very fortunate to live in a county that prioritizes the needs of older adults and those with disabilities. For many years, county leadership, as well as a robust network of community partners, has helped make San Diego a county a great place to grow older. Our annual Aging Conference began more than 20 years ago, before it was common to see much of a spotlight on aging issues and older adult empowerment. That's more than 20 years of providing the community with the information and tools to live well. People of all ages and backgrounds deserve the opportunity to live long, healthy, and connected lives. I am so proud that our county offers a variety of services and resources to support older adults. You may be familiar with some of the programs offered by Aging and Independence Services, or AIS, which is a division of our County Health and Human Services Agency. AIS has programs and services that meet the needs of older adults at every step of the way, from those who are fully independent to those who may need more support. For those who are active and independent, AIS offers volunteer programs, and the popular Feeling Fit Club Feeling Fit exercises classes will be returning soon to in-person locations across the county. AIS also offers programs for those living on low fixed incomes to stay living independently at home for as long as possible. One program you may be familiar with is In-Home Supportive Services, or IHSS. This program allows a resident who would otherwise be at risk of nursing home placement to receive help in the home by a paid provider of their choice, including a family member. AIS offers many more programs and services, including adult protective services, care coordination, and the senior nutrition program. Services and programs are an essential tool in supporting older adults and those with disabilities, but ensuring equal access and awareness to all those who could benefit is essential. I am so proud that the county is focusing on issues of equity more than ever. By reaching those who may not be aware of our services or have not had the ability to access them in the past, our community stands to get stronger and healthier. It has been a rough year for many of us. Many of the communities I represent as supervisor for District 1 in the South Bay suffered disproportionately sickness and loss from COVID-19. Healing takes time, and certainly we have more than our share of losses to grieve. But we also have hope. We must celebrate the strength and resiliency and connection of our communities. Knowledge is power. Inspiration is power. I hope today's conference will fill you with both and reinvigorate your journey of wellness.
Thank you, Supervisor Vargas. Now, I'd like to introduce Nick Machione, Director of San Diego County Health and Human Services Agency, which offers vital health and social services to the county's 3.3 million residents.
Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be with you today, even if we're meeting from our screens. Being connected is so important, and we're lucky that we live in a time where technology makes it possible to be close even when we're physically far apart. I look forward to being part of our county's Vital Aging Conference each and every year. This time last year, we were not able to get together though, even via our screens. Instead, our county staff were working tirelessly to help our community get a handle on this pandemic. Our staff coordinated the delivery of more than 4 million meals to vulnerable seniors who initially found their lives scrambled by the pandemic and who were later able to count on nutritious meals. But we were not alone in our effort to help. Many of you were contributing too. Perhaps you were helping care for or educating your grandchildren so their essential worker parents can go to work. Or maybe you were an essential worker yourself and helped to ensure our county's basic needs could be met. Or maybe you did your part by helping out a frail neighbor or by simply staying home and staying safe. Your efforts helped keep our healthcare system from reaching a breaking point. Your efforts helped to save lives, and we thank you immensely. Battling COVID-19 has been and continues to be a community effort. It's about supporting one another, checking in on one another, recognizing that the impact we have on one another is important. We are all connected, and sometimes it can seem these days that our differences are more on display than our similarities. But we know our communities will be stronger, healthier, and more productive if we all have the tools, resources, and information to help us live well. More than a decade ago, the county launched on a journey to ensure that all of our residents have the ability to be healthy, safe, and thrive. To make that happen, we launched Live Well San Diego. Now, what is Live Well San Diego? It's about a collective impact of individuals, government, businesses, nonprofit organizations, really everyone working together to bring about positive change in our entire region. Throughout the last year, because of Live Well San Diego, we had the partnerships in place that were so necessary to address the challenges we all face. From providing home-delivered meals so older adults can stay at home to ensuring access to vaccines. I'm so extremely proud of how our community has come together. I'm excited to be joining you for today's programming. The speakers are touching on so many essential themes and helping to give you actionable steps for your own journey as we emerge from this pandemic. We all have an opportunity to keep learning, growing, and building communities to be proud of. Thank you for being here today and for all that you do to make our region strong and resilient. Together we will thrive. Live well, everyone.
Nick, thank you so much for these kind words. Joining us now is Kim Gallo, Director of Aging and Adult Services for the County of San Diego's Aging and Independence Services, which provides programs and services to help older adults and persons living with disabilities stay safe, healthy, and as independent as possible.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Kim Gallo, Director of Aging and Independence Services, also known as AIS. We are proud to be part of the county's Health and Human Services Agency. You just heard from HHSA Director Nick Machione, and I'd like to take a moment to thank him for his incredible leadership, especially during this past year. The pandemic touched every part of our agency. Staff, along with community partners, stepped up to serve the community. From providing timely information on health, safety, and critical resources, such as food, to organizing vaccine distribution effort, it truly has taken all of us. We are fortunate to be able to host the event this year and are grateful for our partnership with San Diego Oasis. Their tremendous work has helped to make Vital Aging 2021 possible. Oasis is a fabulous resource for those age 50 and above. I encourage you to check out their many classes and opportunities for community involvement and social connection. They are now offering a combination of in-person and virtual options since their recent reopening. Many folks are eager to be back in person, but thank goodness we have the technology for virtual connection. I know many older adults appreciated Oasis's effort in the spring of 2020 to quickly shift to virtual programming so that the learning and social connection they had come to rely on was still available from home. While responding to the pandemic has certainly taken a lot of our focus, at AIS we never lost sight of the importance of ongoing community change work to improve life for older adults and people with disabilities throughout our county. Some of you may remember back in 2016 when the County of San Diego applied to join the AARP network of age-friendly communities. We also became a Dementia Friendly America recognized partner. These efforts are collectively known as AgeWell San Diego. Through AgeWell, we collected community feedback and formed teams to work on 5 priority areas: health and community support, housing, social participation, transportation, and dementia friendly. In 2019, we incorporated AgeWell San Diego into our Aging Roadmap, which is our region's plan to address the needs of the growing older adult population. AgeWell teams are made up of professionals, as well as older adults and other community members. I'd like to share just a few of the many accomplishments of these hardworking teams. Our Health and Community Support Team has created a pilot project that provides iPad and technology training to older adults living in low-income senior housing communities in Chula Vista. These participants are receiving the tools they need to stay connected to loved ones near and far and to access information and services via the internet. The housing team has been hard at work developing educational materials regarding affordable housing strategies and sharing materials about affordable housing. Keeping older adults involved in recreational, educational, and volunteer opportunities is a primary goal of the social participation team. To spread the word about local opportunities, the team created a Get Connected toolkit with resources to engage and support isolated older adults, including those who are homebound. Iraqi leaders in El Cajon received training on how to use public transportation system, thanks to the AgeWell Transportation Team, a partnership Circulate San Diego, and an AARP Community Challenge grant. The team created a website with transportation resources and a video in Arabic. Addressing Alzheimer's disease has also long been a county priority. Our dementia-friendly team has created resources for caregivers to use with those who are living with dementia, including a dementia-friendly activities toolkit, as well as a dementia communication tip card. This card has been translated into a variety of languages. With the tip card, if you are out with your loved one who has dementia, perhaps at a restaurant, you can give the card to the server, and it gives them tips so they know how to communicate with your loved ones. Dementia-friendly efforts support the county's Alzheimer's Project. Be sure to check out the Alzheimer's Project website at www.sdalzheimersproject.org to learn more, access resources, and to view the most recent Alzheimer's Project annual report. We are so grateful to the AgeWell teams and all of the community partners who are helping to make San Diego County a truly great place to be an older adult. AgeWell teams are happy to welcome new members, so get in touch with us if you'd like to join. In addition to the AgeWell teams, there are many ways to be involved with our efforts, from community action networks, our senior volunteer programs, which you can learn more by visiting at our website at www.aging.sandiegocounty.gov. But now, I hope you will settle in for an enjoyable day of inspiration and learning. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Kim. And now I'd like to welcome a very special group. You might remember them as the Golden Buzzer winners from America's Got Talent. Please welcome Executive and Creative Director Steph Johnson and the Voices of Our City Choir.
Thank you to the County of San Diego Aging and Independent Services for having us today at this Vital Aging Conference. We are really honored to be here. My name is Steph Johnson, and I am the Executive and Creative Director of Voices of Our City Choir. This is a choir I started with my friend Nina Deering about 5 years ago for people experiencing homelessness in San Diego. What started as a very casual but intentional outreach to connect with our unsheltered neighbors, find out who they were, what their stories were, and just really befriend and see how we could help each other, grew into forming a choir. Started with a few people, now we have a couple hundred people in the choir. We've done many concerts together, seeing the incredible power of music and music making. The music that we make together created this healing space and community. And when we started the choir, it really felt like we didn't know who to call and how to help our choir members. And over the years, we have created a ton of partnerships, including the County of San Diego and so many others, to help now over 75 members connect to housing and get off the street. We have supported and witnessed incredible transformation and growth. And really at the center of all that is our choir members seeing and believing in themselves again. So I just want to say thank you for having us as a guest and for playing our music video, which is Sounds of the Sidewalk. Sounds of the Sidewalk is a song composed by Voices of Our City Choir members. It is also the song that we performed live for the celebrity judges on America's Got Talent that got the Golden Buzzer, which was a very, very exciting moment for us. But about this video that we're going to play for you today, this was written by people with lived experience, describing the sounds they hear when they wake up on the street. The creative process is a wonderful process to be in. I'm an artist myself, of course, and every step of the video making and of the composing of the music includes choir members. So I just want you to know that when you're watching this video, this is the way that we change the world, is by lifting up the voices that are not heard that often or very often silenced. So thank you for lifting their voices today. I hope you enjoy this, Sounds of the Sidewalk.
Come on, sir. Get your bag. I don't mean to be mean, but we can't sleep here. You need to move, fella.
restless arms reaching, our battles going down, with chaos all around. And the mother reassures herself everything will be alright as she steps in rhythm to the sounds of the sidewalk.
Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. And I got the music in my soul, and I got the hope for tomorrow. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Take the time to look into each other's eyes. You see me? There we'll find our common spirit on the rise. From the grit and grind and walking that fine line, changing failure into dreams I set afire. Gotta keep that hope for tomorrow with my dignity inside. What's mine is yours to borrow. Together we touch the sky. The struggle is over.
I can see it in your eyes.
The future is open, and I'm rolling, rolling, rolling. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk. Listen to the sounds of the sidewalk.
This was truly inspiring. Now, for our first speaker, I'd like to welcome someone who delivers inspiration to San Diego Oasis members on a regular basis. His name is Peter Boland. Peter is the Philosophy and Humanities Department Chair at Southwestern College, where he has taught for almost 30 years. After Peter speaks, we will be joined by Velocity to get us out of our chairs and do a little bit of movement. And now, please welcome Peter Boland.
Hi, my name is Peter Boland, and I'm a professor of philosophy and humanities at Southwestern College. And it's always a great pleasure for me to come into the San Diego Oasis community and just bring what I do on campus into the off-campus world, like today, where I get to think about philosophy with you and aging and how we've all managed to make it through these last 18 months. So I think about philosophy a lot, especially during the summer. I'm not teaching at school. And you know, philosophy has a bad reputation. It's often thought of as tedious and elitist and irrelevant. And because I've been teaching philosophy to college students for 30 years, believe me, I know exactly what that feels like. And those charges aren't entirely wrong. But I want to think through today with you about how maybe we can imagine philosophy a little more personally, a little more relevantly, and make it matter in our lives. So philosophy literally means the love of wisdom. Philos and Sophia, the love of wisdom. And isn't that a universal human longing to want to come out of confusion and into clarity, to want to come out of fragmentation and alienation and into wholeness and into wellness? So regardless of what culture you're from or what century you're from, that seems to me to be a fundamental human need, as real as the need for food and water, the need to know, the need to understand. And wisdom means the art of living well. It's a little bit different than knowledge, isn't it? The art of living well. And who doesn't want that, right? Who doesn't want to have a richer, more fulfilling life? And so it seems to me philosophy is integral to human happiness and to helping all of us navigate the different phases and stages of our life. You know, wisdom is not gained by amassing a lot of knowledge. And wisdom is not something you know, it's something you are. It's something you do. Wisdom is not, in the end, really about information. It's about transformation. And to me, that's what's so exciting about bringing these ideas as best I can to life, whether it's at Oasis or anywhere else. Because in the end, I think wisdom is ultimately about awakening from the dream of separateness, of alienation, of fragmentation, and awakening into wholeness, wellness, and dare I say it, happiness. So does any of that sound tedious or elitist or irrelevant? It seems like the opposite of all of those things. I can't think of anything more exciting, more inclusive, or more relevant than a communal process by which we all learn how to shed our sadness and transform our suffering into wisdom through the practice of philosophy. And what does it mean to practice philosophy? What does it mean to live the philosophic life? Well, I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean having any particular college degree. It's not something you can only get at a university. In fact, in the end, it might not have much to do with that at all. It's a lot closer to the bone. It's a lot more available to all of us than you might think it is. Philosophy is not the passive absorption of someone else's ideas. It's an activity. So let's practice the activity right here, right now. And you already have all the tools you need because you think and you see and you feel and you have a wealth of lifetime experiences from which to draw into the laboratory where we test truth claims. You know, when you study biology, there's a lecture and then you go to the lab and you do the lab work. But in philosophy, your life is the laboratory in which you test the veracity of truth claims. You know, do they pass muster? Is this really true or is this not true? And you keep, all of us do this, we keep checking against the authority of our own experience to test whether any truth claim has merit or not. Isn't that what we're all always doing? And philosophy is simply the conscious practice of that activity in a deliberate, intentional way. So this is especially relevant for those of us who've lived a few years, you know, for those of us with more life behind us than in front of us. I have a birthday coming up in a few days here, and don't we always sort of think more about that kind of thing when another year cycles around, that yeah, I've been alive this long and I know I don't have that much left in front of me. And you and I have all weathered a lot of storms personally and been through a lot of amazing experiences. We've lost a lot of friends along the way. This last year, 18 months has been a global disaster. And all of these experiences then come into the mill and get ground up into what I hope can become food that we can use to nourish this philosophic practice, this philosophic quest. So here's one idea I want to bring into our thinking today. Here's one idea I want to think through with you today. The idea of philosophy as therapy, as a healing modality. We see this idea already way, way, way back in the time of Plato, you know, 4th century BC Athens. We see Socrates describing the methods of philosophy, critical thinking, asking questions, discerning truth from lies, through evidence-based rational discourse and unflinching self-examination, all of that as a means of therapeia. And therapeia is where we get the word therapy, and it just in plain English means healing. And I think that's an energy that's kind of lost in a lot of academic philosophy, where you're often kind of beaten down with this idea that philosophy is an academic, intellectual, analytical, logical process of, you know, arguing about the definitions of words. But what I'm suggesting here today with you is that let's set that aside and let's experiment with this possibility that the ancient Greeks already were experimenting with, that the reason we wrestle with each other about competing truth claims and the reason we live so urgently in these questions is because we want healing. We want healing for our psyches. That's another Greek word, right? The psyche. It usually means things like soul or mind, or maybe a more modern word might be consciousness. Or in Hinduism, we might say the mind body, put them back together. To heal the broken places. Philosophy is not just about knowing a bunch of stuff so you can do better on Jeopardy. Philosophy is about healing the broken places in ourselves, in the people we love around us, and in the wider world. That's that idea from Hinduism about dharma, about purpose, or in Judaism, the Hebrew phrase tikkun olam, the idea that it is our purpose to participate in the healing of the world. And all you have to do is open your eyes and see how deep the world is in need of healing at every level. And it is our human purpose to step into that need and take whatever tools and talents we may have been given and wield those as weapons in that fight. And so we don't do philosophy just for ourselves. There's also this sense of we want to have clarity and wisdom so that we can play a richer role in the community as a positive force. And this is a theme found throughout the world's wisdom traditions, like I just referenced a couple of them there. This is a universal longing again, to come out of my own private pain and to become part of my community's transformation into its ideal, or at least more ideal than it is right now. Now, here's another window through which we can look into this house. In a lot of ways, we live today in the age of psychology. For about the last 100 years or so, going back to around 1900, Freud and James and later Adler and Jung and all those folks, that's when the Western science of psychology was sort of built. This really liberating idea that came out of medical practice, right? That we could study the mind, we could study behavior, and we could maybe help people grow into wholeness out of their neurosis or even psychosis. And that is a really powerful modality of healing, isn't it? And a lot of people, me included, have availed themselves of psychoanalysis or therapy. And I don't want to put philosophy against psychology in some sort of false contest. That's not what I want to do at all. I'm just noticing with you that we live in the age of psychology, where almost every human challenge is defined as a mental health challenge. And maybe there's a pill we can take to adjust the chemistry of our brain. Maybe there's a talk therapy modality that can help us transform our thinking and our behavior. And all those things are great. But it's worth noting that before 1900, for tens of thousands of years, human beings have done it differently, right? When they had suffering from their own disintegration, they would go see the village shaman, the seer, the sage, the priestess, the elder. And that person would ask them questions, challenge their current mode of thinking, maybe take them on a vision quest. This is how human beings brought themselves out of disintegration and into integration for millennia before psychotherapy came along. And maybe it was through rituals, maybe it was through a sacrifice, maybe it was through some painful transformation that you would come out the other end with a new way of seeing the world, with a new way of being in the world. There's an old Greek word for that, metanoia. Metanoia means literally new thinking. And it's the word that the Greek authors of the New Testament sort of put in Jesus' mouth, right? When he says, you must be born again or born from above. Now, we don't have to think of it in religious terms. It just makes just as much sense in a secular setting. But the idea is really powerful that our old ways of thinking aren't serving us anymore. We need a new way of seeing and being in the world. And all over the world, philosophy, religion, spirituality, what I call wisdom traditions, have sought to facilitate that transformation. The same thing that today we go to our shrink for. And I think it's time to recover that ancient notion of philosophy as a healing modality. Haven't we learned through the long years of our life, and haven't we especially learned during this long and difficult year and a half that we just weathered, that there is an urgency to these questions about how am I going to show up in my own life? How am I going to show up in the lives of the people around me at work, in my family, and all of my relationships? And as we reflect and think intersectionally about how our suffering and our loneliness and our creativity and our fear and our joy and our love all kind of work together, all against the backdrop of a world that sometimes seems to have gone completely mad, what remains? What wells up? What rings true? And remember, this whole project of trying to live the philosophic life, trying to live intentionally, curiously, deliberately, honestly, whatever insights emerge are going to well up from within you. Truth doesn't come secondhand from other people. Teachers and books and talks and all that stuff are really important, but they're all just maps. You have to walk the walk yourself. And we inspire each other certainly to take those steps, but you have to walk the steps yourself. And this love of wisdom, this longing for wholeness, it's a universal human longing. It's transcultural, transtemporal. Everyone is included in this human struggle to come out of ignorance and into freedom and into wisdom. So I have a few suggestions or a few insights that seem to have welled up as I've been reflecting on these things. I just want to trot them out, not as I've got the answers kind of a thing, but as here are some ideas you can test against the lens of your own experience in the laboratory of your own life and see for yourself if these ideas have any merit. I know that's how Buddha often taught. He would say, don't follow me. Simply be lamps unto yourselves. And I've always been struck by that advice. It seems like really good advice. So here's an idea that I've been noticing more and more lately, and see if this rings true for you. And ideas like this always sound cliche and kind of vanilla at first, but we're going to go deeper in a second. Things change. Everything is impermanent. Again, like the Buddha said, all forms come into being and all forms go out of being. The Sanskrit word is anitya, impermanence. That's one of the fundamental truths about there being a world at all, that all forms come into being and go out of being. And so wisdom then means learning to accept change. In fact, more than accept, which is sort of a passive thing, to celebrate change, to say yes to the beginnings of things and to say yes to the ends of things with gratitude. That the end of something is the birth of something else. And this is something we all observe all around us and experience in ourselves again and again. And wisdom means, instead of resisting that change, allowing it, practicing allowance and acceptance. And here's why. Because as we practice that kind of deep acceptance, we feel our teeth unclench. We feel our heart begin to open up like a flower. We feel a kind of softness and peace well up in us. There's your pragmatic proof. There's your evidence that an idea like that has validity. It has merit. It has pragmatic value. It makes a difference. And you're less pained and more free when you begin to learn how to practice acceptance of change. And hasn't this year especially taught us again and again the wisdom of that? And there's another even deeper layer. The wisdom of accepting impermanence means letting the reality of impermanence drive you into the beauty and wonder of this present moment. Because there isn't anything else. You know, the past doesn't exist. The past is just a lot of thoughts, memories, right? I have tons of memories, you have tons of memories, but all of those memories are thoughts that occur in this now moment. There's no such place as the past. And the future has even less reality than that, right? Because it hasn't even happened yet. The future is also just a bunch of thoughts that I'm having in this now moment, mostly worries or escapist, egotistical fantasies about how I want stuff to work out. And we spend most of our life dwelling in the past, dwelling in the future, and what a shame to get to one's deathbed and to realize that I was never really here at all. And so wouldn't that be wisdom to allow the truth of impermanence to drive us into the beauty and sort of the extraordinary ordinariness of this now moment? The Japanese Buddhist word for it is tathata, T-A-T-H-A-T-A, tathata. It's the perfection of this present moment. Even though it's completely ordinary and in some ways banal, but it's miraculous because this is where eternity is, in the present moment. So once you start accepting impermanence and following that inquiry deeper, it opens up some pretty transformative ideas that actually show up in our lives as wellness, as the ability to let go. So one of the things that we also realize when we sort of reflect on and meditate on impermanence is, and we've known this intellectually all along, none of us really owns any of this. Our language tricks us, you know, my house, my wife, my job, my car. Those are linguistic tricks that suggest possession. But as soon as you die, all of your property instantly becomes somebody else's property. We never owned any of it. It was all kind of an illusion. It's like theater. And to bring that awareness again into this present moment drives me to gratitude that I get to live in this house, or I get to be in this relationship with my wife, or I get to do this work that I love for a little while. So the fact that I know that it's impermanent drives me into a deeper and more lived appreciation of it. And isn't that what wisdom looks like? To be more alive here and now. And I think what also happens when you accept impermanence is you no longer feel the need to control everything. You start to let go. And you accept current conditions as they are. That's a very stoic, and lots of wisdom traditions counsel us to do that. You know, try and focus on the difference between the things you can't control and the things you can control. And the things you can't control, like other people or the traffic or the weather, stop worrying about all that stuff. Focus on where you do have influence, your own thoughts, your own emotional weather system, the words you say, the actions you take. That's where your power is. And to stop stressing and worrying about what other people are doing. That is another step toward increasing freedom. And as our freedom increases, our joy begins to rise up. Again, you can feel this in your own gut when you go through these processes. And I think getting older for me, and I bet for many of you, also means just letting go of our sense of importance. You know, I was talking to some of my women friends the other day, all in their 60s, and they were saying, you know what happens when you get into your 60s? You become invisible. And I know a lot of you are nodding. You just sort of disappear from the workplace. You disappear from social gatherings. No one pays much attention to you anymore. And there's a good and bad side to that. You know, the bad side of that is it kind of hurts your feelings to no longer be the center of attention. But the good side of it is you're no longer the center of attention. You get to sneak around a little bit. You know, you're freed from that constant, gaze of everybody always checking you out to see how you fit into their preconceptions. Being older means being able to slip a little more undetected around the edges of things. And I don't know, I think that's kind of cool, and I think that's kind of desirable, and actually one of the unexpected pleasures of getting older. There's a freedom in aging that I think a lot of young people just simply don't understand. I mean, how could they, right? You don't know about it until you get there. A lot of younger people see aging as a kind of pitiable condition for which there is no cure. They see it as a loss, or they see it as an increasing decrepitude. And I certainly did when I was young. But now that we're here going through it, there are treasures here that we didn't see. It's almost like those of us that are aging, you can feel, let me use the river analogy, you can feel the riverbed kind of widening. You know, when you're young, the canyon channels are kind of narrow and the water is racing and it's getting a lot done and it's knocking stuff down, it's conquering, it's achieving, it's experiencing all kinds of things in a rush. And then when you get older, it's like the valley walls start to open out a little bit and the water slows down and it becomes more still and there's less waves. And in that stillness, we see more. We feel more. I feel that so much in my own life now that my emotions are a lot closer to the surface than they ever used to be when I had to kind of keep it in control. Now I don't care. I cry at the movies all the time. Why not? And that freedom is really liberating. Again, you can feel yourself kind of releasing and letting go of all of that, control. And here's another insight, just one last piece here. Here's another little insight that wells up through the cracks of our own lives, that we're starting to let go of, I'm just going to say it, the arrogance of youth. I know I was certainly that way. That need to know everything about everything. And as I grow older, less and less do I feel the need to rush in and correct people or explain everything about everything. We learn humility. Why? Because I've been wrong so many times. Just dead wrong. And I love this lifelong learning that we do here at Oasis because it continually reminds me that I know almost nothing. And that's the real powerful, liberating force of lifelong education, to come into deepening humility. And with humility comes a sense of freedom, of playfulness, of non-judgment. And suddenly all the other people around us are not rivals or adversaries. They're just imperfect people like us muddling through our lives as best they can. And that ancient Socratic idea of wisdom as emptying out, wisdom as not knowing, wisdom as the absence of false opinions or false beliefs. And the three most powerful words in philosophy that Socrates taught us were, I don't know. I'm reminded of the great words of Bertrand Russell, who wrote in 1933, as he was watching from England the rise of Nazism in Germany. He wrote, the fundamental cause of the trouble in the modern world today is that the stupid are cocksure while the intelligent are full of doubt. And do those words not ring clear, perhaps clearer today? And I'm going to flip it into a positive thing, that one of the hallmarks of intelligence or wisdom or wellness or whatever word you want to use, one of the hallmarks of the philosophic life is that you are comfortable with ambiguity, comfortable with ambivalence, comfortable with not knowing. because you're done with the egoic game of having to be right about everything. You'd rather touch down on something real. And reality is nuanced, it's paradoxical, it's mysterious, it changes its face quickly, as if the sun were popping in and out from behind a cloud. How do you keep up with that? Not with dogmatic, concrete certitude, but with a kind of fluidity that comes with the flow of having lived a long time and being worn in a little bit. And so we also finally need the community. Buddha called it the Sangha, the connection we get from one another. And that's what's so beautiful about Oasis too, to come into a space, whether digitally or physically, and challenge each other's point of views and practice listening and practice humility and learn about how reality looks through the lens of other people's understanding. This is a priceless educational experience that it's hard to get at home by yourself just reading a book because you're stuck in your own, conceptions of things. We need each other to get home. That's the philosophic life, right? Going home to wholeness. Like Ram Dass always used to say, we're all just walking each other home. And that wonderful line from that poem by Rumi, that out beyond all ideas of right doing and wrong doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. And when the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about. Coming to you today on a beautiful June day, and whenever it's June, I'm out of school, right? So it's really kind of nice to have it be summertime. I feel like a kid again a little bit. And I'm thinking about this poem by Mary Oliver, and I want to close with this. It's called The Summer Day, because I think she really does what artists are so good at, and that is taking everything we just thought through these last 30 minutes and put it into a mysterious, musical, evocative form that I just adore. So this is called The Summer Day by Mary Oliver. Who made the world? Who made the swan and the black bear? Who made the grasshopper? This grasshopper, I mean, the one who has flung herself out of the grass, the one who is eating sugar out of my hand, who is moving her jaws back and forth instead of up and down, who is gazing around with her enormous and complicated eyes. Now she lifts her pale forearms and thoroughly washes her face. Now she snaps her wings open and then floats away. I don't know exactly what a prayer is. I do know how to pay attention and how to fall down into the grass, how to kneel down in the grass, how to be idle and blessed, how to stroll through the fields, which is what I have been doing all day. Tell me, what else should I have done? Doesn't everything die at last and too soon? Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? Thank you.
Wasn't Peter wonderful? And don't we all feel so energized by moving a few steps with Ed? Now our team is going to do the first opportunity drawing. I'm so excited to see who wins. Please watch the chat and see if your name is selected. The first prize is a piece of signed memorabilia from our keynote speaker, Henry Winkler. And while our team behind the scenes is choosing a name at random, I am thrilled to welcome our next speaker from ESET North America, a company that brings security and virus protection to all of our home and office computers. As the head of public relations for ESET North America, there is no better person than Ranson to tell us how technology can lead to a better and more fulfilled life. And now, giving us an idea of how we can all enjoy technology just a little bit more, please welcome Ranson Burkett.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining this session of the Oasis Vital Aging Conference. This is the session entitled Enjoying Technology, and I'm your host, Ranson Burkett from ESET. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about a few reasons why technology can benefit you and how you can create certain personal or stretch goals so that you can benefit from it more effectively. But a wise person once told me, before you begin anything, it's always important for you to try to introduce yourself, because if not, you're giving your audience a compelling reason to run for the doors. So let me get into it. So my name is Ranson Burkett, and I am a father first. We recently just celebrated Father's Day, and I'm happy to say that my little guy, who's not so little anymore, is the light of my world. This 9-year-old has brought me more insight, happiness, and joy than I've ever thought possible, and I'm just more and more pleased to be his dad every single day. I'm also a professional. I work for a company called ESET, and I'm the public relations lead for ESET in North America. And what that means is I go out and help our company tell the story of how we are helping to protect businesses, individuals, and even the world against cybercrime and cyber criminals. We also report on everything that's happening in the cybersecurity industry. So I really try to paint a broad stroke of the good things that are happening and things that people should be aware of. And it's definitely provided me with a lot of insight and a fulfilled career. Been here for 8 years, and this company is one of the best that I've seen. And again, located here right in San Diego. Let's talk a little bit about the company. Now, ESET, as you can see on the screen, it's not pronounced ESET or ESET. Some people will spell that out. It's actually ESET, and it translates into Slovak for the goddess of healing, because we believe that our software can actually heal your computer, get rid of all the malware, threats, viruses, and other things so that you, of course, can use your device safely. Now, ESET is located and headquartered in Slovakia. However, in the US, our headquarters are right here in San Diego in Little Italy. Now, we've been in business for over 30 years. And with all that experience, we have decades of insight and thought leadership that helps us to protect everyone from businesses and everyday people like you and myself from these internet threats and cyber criminals that are seeming to be more emboldened every day. Now, we have a slogan, a tagline, if you will, that reads, "Enjoy safer technology." And what that means is this: we want everyone to be able to enjoy the benefits, all the benefits that come with technology, and to do so safely. Because let's be honest, there are benefits of living in a digital age. And what does enjoy safer technology actually mean? Well, this idea is at the core of every single thing that we do. We want you to enjoy the full potential in a digital world. And whether you're using your computer or your smartphone, running a global enterprise or a small business, ESET is here to protect you. And we realize that we're in an always on connected world. In fact, we have been for some time. And the ideas I'm going to submit to you today are that technology can have a profound impact on you and how you enjoy your life. Now, years ago, we couldn't have even imagined going to our favorite concert and capturing high quality videos without paying a lot of money from the palm of our hands, or even being able to share some of the most important things in our lives. But here we are. The future that we have heard of, the future that we have read about in our favorite novels, the future that we saw depicted in some of our favorite blockbuster films is here. We are here. We are in the age. And you know what? The more that we age, the more that we see the benefits of technology, and that we're all connected. more so than ever. And never has it been more important to remain connected and informed so that you can enjoy everything that your life has to offer. Because the ability to use technology wherever you want is having some of the most profound impacts on our life. Just think about it. Social connections or even reconnections made us realize how easy it is for us to reach out and just to say hello. I can still recall the first time my parents thought to or even learned how to use FaceTime. And I remember the smile on my mom's face the first time she saw mine in her own face on a 4-inch iPhone. And the screen just lit up. She absolutely lit up so much that she almost dropped her phone. And after that, let's just say that we had to have daily calls for her to see how to use the technology, but also so she could check in and show us what she was making for dinner or how she spent her day, and also to hear from her own grandson about his day. And we did that every single day. I also remember when my mom first used a piece of technology to order something. You know what she ordered? She ordered an Uber. She ordered a ride, her very first ride, from her phone, and she felt so empowered. She wanted to show off to everyone that she could send a car or order a car for herself just from her phone, and she wanted to do that everywhere. And the benefits of that have been one of the reasons why I continue to see, are there things that I can do to help people enjoy safer technology? Now, with my mom, figuring out the benefits of FaceTime and how to even order cars on Uber, that's just within the last couple of years, because to be honest, we didn't have it so easy. Some of you can remember. We all remember probably when flip phones first came out. And we're not talking about those vintage ones that are kind of making a reappearance. No, we're talking about the original flip phones, the ones that kind of look like what you see on your screen. How they took forever to charge up, and they only lasted for about an hour and some change. Or they charged you by the minute to speak to someone. And if you were making a long distance call, oh, forget about it. You were going to have to pay double. Well, what about connecting to the internet in the early days? Do you guys remember when you were getting ready to make that leap to jump space? You would plug in your modem, or if it was always plugged in, it was connected, and you would hit that connect now on AOL, and you had to yell, "Hey, I'm using the internet," to inform your household, because if someone were to pick up that landline and hear that static sound, they would know very well that you were connecting to AOL or some other service, and that you were online, and they would have to probably wait till you were done or go try to find another phone to use. And how many of you have or had a TiVo? Now, you probably remember the early days of recording your favorite TV show. TiVoing and DVRing became verbs, and it even changed how we consumed electronics and entertainment. From live sports and missed touchdowns or missed key plays to sitcoms to even your favorite movies, these new technologies put us in the driver's seat. It made us responsible for the experience, and it allowed us to consume things on our own timeline. And I have to say, those technologies were created just 20 years ago. And look at how far we've become. We've become an interconnected society. If we look back just 20 years ago and have a look at how far we've come, you would have to agree that we're living in the future we've always heard of, the one where technology is a daily part of everyone's lives. And it no longer requires you to switch it on. We're always on. Now, we generated more connections during the past 20 years and have shrunk the size of our world so much so that everything is quite literally just within reach by opening up an app or putting on a pair of VR goggles. Now, we're able to access the entire history of humanity with this 5-inch screen that we carry around in our pockets every day. So what else is out there? Well, I challenge you to say, how can we benefit from the technology so that we can live richer lives? So I'm going to share with you 3 different things that I have found and have been ranked as the 3 key benefits of technology and how you can benefit from them. First, technology has increased the ability to control the elements of our physical and our online world and safety in ways in which we have never been able to before. Secondly, we are able to connect with others without having to physically travel, visit, or pay extraordinary amounts of money to see and engage with them. And thirdly, your health, your well-being have never been more readily manageable as they are now through the advent and the benefits that technology has enabled us. Whether we're talking about that physical world, from Ring doorbells to your personal world of personal emergency response systems, technology can keep us more informed and protected than ever. Now, did you know that the average Ring doorbell takes less than 30 minutes to install? And you can monitor your home from anywhere in the world, not just through your people. And you know that there's safety protocols within your iPhone and your Android devices that can alert someone to your troubles by simply just typing a few numbers. Now, consider the safety features that have been added to your car in the last 20 years, which now include the ability to recognize not only traffic patterns, which we saw with GPS in the late 90s and the early 2000s, but they can alert you to dangers before they even happen. Cars are so intuitive now, they will stop before they encounter a wreck. The safety element, the security element is profound and it's visible. But we have to talk about security of all these things being connected. And security for protecting your connected device may be one of the most important components of security which have been enhanced over the last 20 years. Criminals used to wait for you to go down a dark alley before asking you for your wallet or your jewelry. In today's connected world, crime has changed. Your personally identifiable information is extremely valuable, and safeguarding what could be one of the most important things in your life is incumbent on you. So thankfully, there are very good cybersecurity companies that can help keep the bad guys out, but also as a user, you know there are certain things that you can do to make sure that you stay protected and have a great experience in the digital world. Now I'd like to expand on the connectivity component as well. We learned that in 2020, staying connected was more than important, it was essential. From Zoom and house parties to FaceTimes and other video streaming services that allowed us to connect with each other, we were all able to stay in touch more than ever. In fact, this slide right here isn't of our Christmas party at ESET, but our holiday party at ESET, but I can tell you this, I bet there were 1,000 others that also could relate. And the benefit that it yielded was significant. People felt that they weren't alone. People felt that they could re-engage. And even in a pandemic world where social distancing and stay-at-home orders were strict and enforced, we found a way as a society to benefit from technology and staying connected. Finally, we learned that health and technology can use technology, and we also learned that technology can benefit our health and our wellness. From telemedicine and doctor's visits to the delivery of medication and even therapeutic services to your front doorsteps, the benefits of technology on our health and our wellness are massive. And we encourage everyone to look at the apps that are included, not only in your operating system, but other wellness apps that will continue to help you live your best life. Because let's be clear, the underlying theme that I'm trying to drive home is that technology is making life easier for us, and it helps us experience growth. Now, someone once taught me to never be afraid of technology. In fact, on the one hand, it can be daunting and challenging to try these new things, especially when it comes to technology and new. And then on the other hand, when we become familiar with a piece of technology, we can't imagine how we went through life without it. So we have to find some balance there. That's the tricky part. You have to find some balance. And I've created the perfect way for you to do that. With this challenge, I want everyone here who is attending this session to go ahead and give yourself a moment and write this down. It's the 2x4 rule. And essentially, it means that you will try out and discover 2 new pieces of technology and use them for 4 days. Now, the next time you're in the App Store or the Google Play Store, have a look at the app of the day. Maybe it's a game and that doesn't interest you. Keep going and scroll. You'll find something else. Always look for apps on the App Store. Now, if that's too basic, how about this? You change your dynamic. Maybe it isn't an app. Maybe there are things within your life that you want to learn more about, how they function and work. So have a look at them. For example, maybe one can be a phone app that you try for 4 days, but maybe the other is something related to something you use every day, like your car. Are there settings within your car that will make your life more enjoyable? Are there services that you can explore that may help you get more out of your day? I think one of the easiest things that you can do right now is to just try to figure out how to use a password manager. But the reason I say that is because 9 out of 10 hacks, they're actually happening because people have weak passwords. And all you have to do is have a password manager that will create a strong password for you, and you'll be able to have a safe and secure account and also an online experience. So let's go back to the 2x4 rule. Once you have had a chance to try out the technologies for 4 days, share them with your friends if you like them. Now, if you don't like them, there's nothing lost because you actually had a chance to try something out. But at the end of the month, you should have at least 8 to 10 different types of new technology that you've tried out and some that you use maybe regularly. This will help to get you in the process of expanding your ability to engage with technology and to learn from it. So in closing, I just wanted to summarize that we want you to enjoy technology. It's here to benefit you. There shouldn't be any reason to not be willing to. And in fact, there's a very easy way to do so with the 2x4 rule. The top 10 benefits of technology, as I mentioned, that will help you stay safe, healthy, and connected, and that you're looking at these apps that allow for connectivity, that keep you secure, and that also keep an eye on your health. You'll certainly start to benefit more from that. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll drive this one home again. Increase your resilience by creating a personal challenge. Learning a new technology, whether it's phone or device or even a service, won't take much out of you. And by the end of the month, you'll certainly have a lot more to give. And with that, from everyone at ESET, we'd like to thank you for attending this session, and we hope you have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but I have learned a lot from that presentation. Thank you, Ranson. Joining us now is County Supervisor Joel Anderson. Supervisor Anderson was elected to the Board of Supervisors last year and represents District 2 in East County.
San Diego County Supervisor Joel Anderson here. I'm thrilled to be part of this year's Vital Aging Conference. Although the Vital Aging Conferences started in the late 1990s, this one is especially important and timely. Over the last year, many seniors felt isolated and cut off from the things that kept them healthy. Seeing their friends, their neighbors, getting out in public, catching up in person with their friends and loved ones. Unfortunately, when people start to lose their connections to others, bad things can happen, including elder abuse or self-neglect. Just recently, on June 15th, communities across the globe recognized World Elderly Abuse Awareness Day. 1 in 10 Americans over the age of 60 have experienced financial, emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, or some form of neglect in the previous year. The County of San Diego receives approximately 1,800 calls each month related to suspected abuse. It's up to all of us to prevent and address elder abuse. We must work together to build the social supports that can prevent abuse and keep everyone safe. So what can I do? What can each one of us do? One of the best things that you can do is to help prevent isolation. Call or visit an older loved one and ask how they're doing on a regular basis. Share resources you learn about that can keep your friends connected to the community. And if you are concerned about a loved one or suspect possible abuse, please call the county's Aging and Independence Services. Thank you again for being with us today, and enjoy the rest of today's fantastic programming.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. And now it's that time again. Our team behind the scenes is going to randomly pull a name from the attendees who are logged on right at this moment. This drawing will be for a brand new Samsung tablet with a year of free internet connectivity from AT&T. Check the chat box right now to see if your name is chosen. Good luck to you. And while the opportunity drawing is taking place, let me welcome our next speaker. Dr. Ken Druck is an executive coach and community leader who has helped countless individuals, families, organizations, and communities turn their greatest challenges into opportunities. Dr. Druck is the recipient of the prestigious Distinguished Contribution to Psychology Award. And he has guided audiences, clients, and the general public on the issues of positive aging, of resilience, of healing after loss, as well as family psychology. His books and articles are featured regularly on CNN, PBS, and many of our nation's top social media sites. Join me in welcoming Dr. Ken Druck.
Hi, I'm so glad that you made it. I'm here today so that we can have a conversation about courageous aging and where we find the strength and the courage, the faith, the patience, the self-compassion that's needed to make the best possible years of this time, of this season of our lives. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I want you to know, just by showing up, you get an A++ in this class. Showing up is half the problem and half the challenge and half the way there. Showing up to be able to do a little bit of reflection, a little bit of looking inside. I call it an aging audit, where we stop everything else, we tune out the noise, and we look inside our own lives and we ask ourselves, hey buddy, you're getting a little older. How are you doing with this? How's this working out for you? What are the voices in your head saying? Maybe there's a voice over here saying, look at you. You're not anything like the younger version of you. You've slowed down. You got some aches and pains. The future is uncertain. You've made it through the COVID year. But I don't know. I don't know about you. And maybe you have another voice talking from the other side that says, you know what? You are the better version of you. As you've gotten older, you've ripened. You're not as concerned about how things look and people's approval. You've become vital and vibrant. You're using this season of your life to create a whole new future. You've reimagined the future. And you know what? You look beautiful to me. You're doing great, Ken. Which side, which conversation is playing in your heart and in your head? So in this phase one, we're asking these questions. How am I doing? How is getting older working out for me? Maybe in all of our lives, there are challenges, physical challenges. Maybe our bodies are wearing down. I played competitive soccer for so many years, and I've got some hard miles on my knees. Well, I needed a knee replacement, and that was a challenge. How is it working for you? Physically, spiritually. Spiritually, we have so much going on. We're getting older. We have to deal with the idea that life is kind of a lease deal. There's impermanence involved. And how do we feel about that? Maybe we're retiring and we're moving towards retirement, and our identity has been bound up in our job or our kids, our family, our community, some activity, and we're kind of aging out of that activity and struggling, having trouble letting go and having trouble looking forward and saying, who am I now? What am I now? What value do I have now? And looking for purpose and a sense of meaning. What's my life right now? And these are the kind of questions we ask about our physical being, our emotional and spiritual, psychological being. And then there's the practical, logistical issues in our lives. How have we put our house in order? Is it time to move out of the family house? Is it time to retire? Is it a time of loss, where some of the people that we've had around us our entire lives have moved on, have passed, and we're grieving, and we've never had to deal with these kinds of feelings of sorrow, or to give sorrow a voice in a way that allows us to go on with our own lives and to make the rest of our days as meaningful, as full, and as full of joy and purpose and meaning as possible. So these are the challenges that we want to take inventory of. And step one is, let's take inventory. let's look at how am I doing on all these counts and other counts. Also, another area is how am I doing in terms of leaving a legacy of love? You know, many of us are realizing, my God, there's going to be a time beyond my life where the people I love and the things that I value are going to go on. Have I put myself in a position to pay all the good, the blessings, the gifts, the opportunities in my life, the things that I've enjoyed? Have I put myself in a position to pay that forward? To make sure as best as possible that my kids, my grandkids, future generations, our society, our very planet Earth is going to be in shape to enjoy some of these same gifts. So there's putting our house in order on all these different tracks. And we take inventory in this time of life because we don't know what's ahead. We don't know what's around the corner. And just like, you know, sometimes I tell people in the work that I do, I often work with people who are really facing their last months, years of life. And we talk about what it means to have your bags packed. And what it means is that it's kind of like buying life insurance. You don't buy life insurance to die. You don't buy life insurance and say, all right, now I can die. No, you buy life insurance so that you say, I want to live the rest of my days at peace. I want quality. I have so much more living to do. I have all these wonderful things, these experiences I've accrued. This passion that I have and this new passion in this time of life. The relationships that I'm more able to express love in and receive love from than ever before. I have one of the most exciting times of my life, and I want to live every moment, every hour, every day of it. But in order to do that, I need to make peace with some things. I need to let go of some things. You know, some of us are still grieving, and these are the things that we need to realize as we do this assessment. What's holding me back? What's weighing so heavily on my heart that it's weighing me down and holding me back? And what are those things, which we'll ask in a minute, that make my heart sing? The things that make me look forward with such enthusiasm and excitement, the adventures yet to come in my life, in my time. And one of the things that holds us back is that we're grieving the loss of our younger self. We keep looking back. We keep looking back and comparing everything to what we had, who we were, what was, who was there. Instead of grieving that time and saying, that time has passed, it's time to let go. Instead of learning how to let go, to release those things. And not just the glory and the triumphs and the good times, but to release some of the wounds, some of the setbacks, some of the difficult times. You know, right now we're in a position where we're putting a horrendous year of COVID, you know, where I would only be able to talk to you through this screen because I would be one droplet away from you infecting me or me infecting you with something that could end our life. You know, how are we adjusting from that time? And how you adjust from the hard times of your life, the setbacks, the disappointments, the losses, the great challenges, the periods of adversity. How you do that is so critically important. And of course, one of the most important things to do, to let go, is to air out, to tell our story, to share with a trusted confidant what has happened in our lives. Why are friends so important at this time of life? Why are people that we can trust? Why are adult relationships with our children so important at this time? Why is this an important time if we are blessed to have a companion and a spouse in our life? Why is it so important to entrust in them some of our deepest thoughts and feelings? Because it's time to air out and let go of some things. And the best way to do that is to get it out of our heads, out of our hearts, to breathe out some of that heaviness and to share it with others. And we might even learn in the process that we're not the only people who've gone through this, that this is a part of life, facing, meeting, overcoming this kind of adversity, letting go of that painful past or those challenging times or those wounds and disappointments, those betrayals, transgressions, whatever it is, it's time to let go. Because when we do that, we clear the path forward. And the next step is to reimagine. We have this extraordinary capacity as human beings to imagine, to take thinking experimental steps into the future through our imagination. We can imagine ourselves being happy, finding peace, doing the things that make our hearts sing, being creative, being irreverent, being vital, but living fully. We can imagine that, just as we can imagine, and sometimes some of us get stuck in the imaginings of the worst case. It's like, oh my God, the oh my gods, because we're imagining all the bad things that are going to happen, all the bad things to come. And all we can see in that view of the future is our losses, our setbacks, our disappointments, which of course a steady diet of that kind of thinking is going to land us in despair, in hopelessness. So using our imagination, reimagining our best possible future, and then even writing it down or cutting out pictures and putting them on a board of me, here's me in my best possible future. Now for me, one of the things that's going on recently is that during the COVID period, I fell in love, unconditional love, with Ben and Jerry. Ben and Jerry were always in my freezer. Certain kind of ice cream, and every night they never said no. I'd go in there. They never said no, and they'd say, hey, it's been a hard day. You're shut up inside here. You're limited. You can't go out. The world's falling apart. Have some. And I did. So what happened to me has happened to lots of people is I gained that COVID-20. So one of my best possible future images, the vision I have set for myself going forward, is that I'm going to do the things necessary to begin dropping that weight. And I've already started, and it feels so good, and my knees are so happy, and it's so much easier for me to move around. And that's my goal. What's yours? What would be a wonderful goal for you in your reimaginings as you get older? And you can do it in short increments. What's your goal for the week? You might have something important coming up this week. It's the beginning of summer. It's the beginning of something important. You have guests coming in. You're trying to the world is reopening, and you're considering, how am I going to go out? What's a good vision for yourself for the summer? And let's expand that. What's a good vision for yourself for the next year? The next couple of years? What would be a wonderful and worthy goal for you that would make you so happy to move forward into the days of your life? Because when we reimagine, it gives us a path forward, and we've cleared the path forward to move now. Now we got to take action. We got to figure out, what is the critical path to me achieving that? And one of the great achievements, let's talk about a couple of tracks in which we can achieve things. One of them is our relationships. Can you think of anything more worthy than making our relationships the best that they can be? Making them even better than we ever imagined. Being closer, more deeply connected, more patient, forgiving, understanding, and clear with the people that we love, the people closest to us. Cherished friends, family members. In my case, one of the dark gifts of the COVID year is that my daughter and her husband couldn't have a nanny because of their concerns about COVID and somebody going home and coming back and going home and coming back, and they wanted to protect their little babies. So guess who got to be the 9/11 grandpa? Guess who got to be the nanny, the grandpa nanny? I got the opportunity to really draw close to my grandsons. I've gotten to know them so well. It is an amazing joy. It was a gift of all the challenges and adversities of this last year. One of the gifts for me. And you may be thinking about some of the gifts you had that you found in this dark period, in this confusing and limiting period. So what is ahead is what we imagine and decide. It's not waiting for us, necessarily somebody's going to walk up and tell us what it is, but we can imagine it. And we can look around and see people who are doing things very much like what we'd like to be doing. You know, I just got my notice about all the programs in Oasis this year. My goodness, the world has, talk about reopening. The world has opened, all the possibilities that the Oasis program is creating in our community for us to thrive, for us to take adventures, for us to go into areas, do things we never even thought we'd do, things we didn't even know we'd be interested in, things we've been waiting for years to learn about or to experience. So the world is waiting, and the world, thank goodness, in our part of it is opening. And while our hearts go out and our best efforts go out to other parts of the world that are still suffering horribly, and while we're cautious in the way we proceed and the way we go back out into the world, that we still follow things that make 100% sense, we still live on the edge of caution, that we can begin to think about making these years ahead some of our best ever. Now, aging and courageous aging, and I'm thinking, you know, we talked about the courage and strength to live well. What it means to live well is to begin to meet and face into some of our greatest challenges and adversities. You know, if somebody said to you, well, you know, just handle it. Just handle it. And if we've spent a lifetime kind of sidestepping, it's like, okay, I'm going to avoid that. Then this is a time to summon newfound strength and courage and faith and understanding, and to expand, not to contract as we get older and become the smaller, protected version of ourselves, but to take that deep breath and expand, and to find within ourselves that we have the ability to summon, to call forth from within ourselves newfound strength and courage. Every season of our life, everything we've ever done or accomplished required us to summon newfound strength and courage and faith, and to consider the greater possibilities. Well, here we are again. And often we're at this time of life, if we follow the script, unfortunately, we do not live in a society that is literate in vital aging. You know, we don't go to classes or look around and say, oh, vital aging, you know, that's the script. That's what we're all made for. That's what we're built to do. No, we have many things that will tell you, hey, buddy, you're on the back nine. Or you're in fade mode. You're over. You've aged out. Bye-bye. And encourage us to shut down and contract. Well, we've got to opt out of that line of thinking. Vital aging is embracing and summoning and calling forth in ourselves our sense of adventure, our sense of possibility, our sense of playfulness, our sense of irreverence, our sense of whatever is within us that wants to be awakened and wants to go out into the world. So we talked about how we can do that in our relationships. How about in our communities? What could we be doing in our communities with everything we know now, everything we've experienced, everything we're aware of is needed in our community, in our country right now, which is facing one of its greatest challenges in all the years of its existence. What's needed right now? Well, we have an opportunity to contribute, to be part of a community, a part of efforts, part of volunteering, part of calling forth in ourselves our sense of service, that we can do something to make somebody else's life a little bit better, make their landing a little bit softer. There are so many people in need in our community. Well, call forth the part of you that would take such satisfaction from giving yourself, your time, your energy, your resources in service to people who are struggling more than you, who need your support and help and love. So we can put ourselves out in our relationships with a generosity of heart. We can do it in our communities. We can do it in our country, for that matter. And it's also a time to look at, what do I have that I could pay forward? When I talk about leaving a legacy of love, what is it that I most have to share and to give? So this can also be a time of saying to the people you love or to future generations what it is that you most value, what it is that you most wish for them. I know people who've written letters of acknowledgement and congratulations to their grandchildren whose weddings they will never be at. But they've written the wedding gift, and they've written everything they know about what makes relationships work, what makes relationships succeed, what makes relationships the cherished companionships that they can be. And they write it out, and they give it, they put it in keeping now, because they know that at some point in the future, that's what they want to pay forward. What is it that you would wish to pay forward? And can you do it now? Can you do something now that best ensures that that gift will be given? That you left this life having given everything you had to give away in good faith, in good spirit, in generosity, and that you are creating that legacy of love. Look, none of us knows with 100% assurance what this life after this life is. And yet, as we go into this mystery, as we go forward into this mystery, and hopefully we're not going to tie up all of the rest of our lives in fear of dying, in dread of getting older as our bodies wear out a little bit, that we think about, what is it? How can I find peace in these final chapters of my life? Because part of vitality is not spinning our wheels and spending time in fear and dread. It's really making and finding peace. And there are so many ways that we can do that. There are so many resources and people that want to also talk about and think about and are searching for this peace as well, so that we can deal with the part of life that every one of us has to face, the fact that it comes to an end. Life as we know it comes to an end. How do we make peace with that? How do we find peace? How do we allow the fact that this is a great mystery? Here we are soaring through space on something that's not even as big as a grain of sand, in the middle of a vast and expansive universe, and in the middle of all these unknowns. How can we find peace? How can we make peace with the fact that this is just part of the deal? And there are so many resources, whether they're in our churches or synagogues, in temples, whether they're in the things we read, whether they're in the classes we take at Oasis, whether they're in a conversation with friends who are also talking about and thinking about the mystery of this life and wanting to bless this life, bless what they had in this life, and kind of savor what they've had and end up in a place of gratitude, not in a place of kicking and screaming as we move on into the great beyond. So all of these things are part of finding strength and summoning newfound strength and courage. And my prayer for you is that this short conversation that we've been able to have has stirred in you some thoughts about what you can be doing, how you can be investing yourself into your own best possible future. And my prayer for you is that you realize that best possible future in so many ways, in the ways you imagine, and then with a few surprises to boot. And that you live it out, and that you also are contagious in the way you affect other people, because they sense and they feel and they resonate with the vital aging process that you have undergone. I wish you well, and I look forward to meeting you directly instead of in front of a screen when that's possible. And I wish you the best.
Dr. Dreck is always so deep and inspirational. Thank you. And thank you to Verlocity for those great moves together. Before we pull our next opportunity drawing winner, I'd like to welcome County Supervisor Jim Desmond. Supervisor Desmond was elected to the Board of Supervisors in 2018 and represents District 5 in North County.
Hello, everyone. I'm Supervisor Jim Desmond, and it's a pleasure to be here with you at the Vital Aging Conference. After a difficult year, I know it's great to be focusing on things we can move forward with in our lives and ready to re-engage with relationships and communities once again. Speaking of being ready, today I want to take a moment to urge you to ensure that you and your family are prepared in the event of an emergency or a disaster. It's very important to have a plan. Where should you go? What are you going to do? What supplies do you need? Who can you rely on for help? Emergencies come with little warning, and unfortunately, fire season will be here before we know it. So now is the time to get ready. Being prepared is especially important for people with access challenges or functional needs, and those people living with disabilities, cognitive challenges, or other special medical needs may have to have some special supports in place to ensure that we're able to respond to an emergency situation and safely evacuate from our homes if needed. That's why I'm excited to announce that the creation of a new guide specially designed for those who may need a little extra assistance. Developed by the county's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services, the Personal Disaster Plan for those who may need assistance is a great resource for caregivers and anyone who might need that additional help. In a moment, you'll be seeing a brief video about the new guide and these things to consider as you're developing your plan. You also hear about how emergency services efforts fit into our county's aging roadmap and what our framework is that outlines the county's comprehensive system of care and support for the growing population of older adults. So I urge you to visit readysandiego.org to access the new guide, as well as many other helpful resources developed to keep our region safe. You may also request a hard copy of the guide by calling the Aging and Independent Services Center at 1-800-339-4661. Let's all be resilient by having a plan, being ready to go in case of an emergency. Enjoy the video and the rest of your day. And to remember, always be safe.
Part of the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services Agency, Aging and Independent Services is committed to our growing community of older adults, persons living with disabilities, and caregivers. The good news is we are living longer. And as we live longer, our region needs to work together to provide a community where everyone can thrive. That's why Aging and Independent Services has developed a plan, a roadmap, if you will, to strengthen San Diego County's comprehensive care. Aging and Independent Services' 10-point regional plan includes caregiver support, safety, silver economy, medical and social services system, social participation, dementia-friendly, health and community support, housing, transportation, and preparedness and response. We can all benefit from emergency planning. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services created this video as a companion to the personal disaster plan for people who may need assistance, to help people of all ages and abilities to prepare in the event of a disaster. Emergencies can range from falls in the home to fires and earthquakes, and each person has specific abilities and needs during a disaster. This guide will help you evaluate your needs and make a personalized emergency plan so that you and your loved ones can be better prepared. Follow 4 easy steps to prepare for any emergency. Here's an overview of what you'll find in our online version or our printed guides. First, get connected. Preparedness is all about people, and the first step in disaster preparedness is building a support network of people who can help. So think about your social connections or groups you already belong to or have thought about joining. The support network will include anyone who can provide help during an emergency. And don't forget about the free 211 call line where you can be connected to 6,000 plus services in over 200 languages, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next, let's make a plan. Emergency planning starts in your home. This includes smoke and carbon dioxide detectors, utilities, and a review of your insurance coverage. Work with friends and family on evacuation planning. Know your evacuation routes and think about any medical equipment you may need. Planning for different emergencies should consider your unique needs and varying levels of ability. Once your plan is in place, it's time to gather supplies. Most disasters, big and small, happen unexpectedly and fast, and sometimes you may have to survive on your own. We've provided a checklist of items you will want to have on hand at any given time. Pack a go kit for when you must leave in a hurry and a home kit for when you must stay. For those who would like or need assistance, our guide provides printout communication boards to aid in communicating your needs with others. Once you have your connections, plan, and supplies, it's important to stay informed. Register your cell phone number, voice over IP phone number, and email at readysandiego.org/alertsandiego. This is the county's emergency mass notification system used by first responders to notify you when there's an emergency in your area. You can receive evacuation instructions and disaster information through calls, texts, and email. San Diego County is also prepared with a toll-free San Diego Access and Crisis Line for emotional and mental health support. The County of San Diego's Office of Emergency Services and Aging and Independent Services are working together to create a region that supports, nurtures, and leverages the strengths of our growing older adult population. Join us as we help San Diego County age well, live well. Together, we will build a brighter, more resilient, and prepared future for people of all ages.
This was excellent information. Thank you to everyone at the county who keeps us safe. Now, it's time for yet another drawing. Like before, please watch the chat box for your name. You must be present to win, so please stay with us. The prize this round will be another piece of signed memorabilia from Henry Winkler. Before I sit down with the Fonz himself, let's hear from two wonderful organizations. Nancy Sasaki from the United Way and Elisa Barnett from the San Diego LGBT Community Center. They will talk to us about volunteering and services that are available to all of us. First, let's welcome President and CEO of United Way, Nancy Sasaki.
Hi, I'm Nancy Sasaki, President and CEO of United Way of San Diego County. Thank you to Oasis for inviting me to participate in this year's Vital Aging Conference in conjunction with the County of San Diego's Aging and Independent Services of the Health and Human Services Agency and Live Well San Diego. I'm excited to be here to tell you about United Way of San Diego County and how you can give back to the community. What if you woke up and were reliving a scene from 100 years ago? A pandemic has hit, people are getting sick and dying, there is confusion about what to do to be safe, and people are losing their jobs and they need food. Are you thinking, well, Nancy, that's not a dream? Are you thinking that's what is happening now or started happening 15 months ago? Well, that's my reality. Last year, we celebrated our centennial anniversary in San Diego County. 100 years ago, back in 1920, when the pandemic of 1918 struck, United Way formed so volunteers could help the community. Sound familiar? It's not Groundhog Day. Our work has always been focused on serving this community. How to ensure people have their basic needs met. Over the years, who we were serving may have changed based on the times, but we are here to spark breakthrough community actions that will make a difference in people's lives and elevate every child and family toward a brighter future. Our vision is to have a vibrant community built on opportunity for everyone. Getting to the specifics of today, our Edict 2030, and Edict stands for Ending Disparities in Communities Not Thriving. We are focused on working in partnership with others where we can align our goals and leverage our resources together to end these disparities, especially in the areas of education and family stability. We are involved in many programs, and I'll give you our website address at the end of this presentation so you can check it out. But what really aggravated me late 2019 were the data that said 80% of white and Asian students are at basic reading level at the end of third grade, whereas only 50% of their Black and Hispanic classmates are at basic reading levels. Do you know what reading level has to do with their future? It can actually predetermine whether or not they are going to graduate from high school and find whether or not they will be able to find a job that will cover their basic needs. Because at the end of third grade, you need to use your reading skills to start learning. If you can't read, you can't learn. In addition, if the family isn't financially stable, the stress of wondering what you will eat a meal that day, or if you have a place to sleep that night, not only adds stress, but impair a child's ability to focus on learning. We saw a lot of this play out last year, especially when everyone shifted to online learning. And parents had to figure out sometimes very basic things like an email address to keep up with the teacher's instructions and feedback. Those least able to support their families were the ones most likely to be on the front lines and most exposed to the virus. Our Earned Income Tax Credit Coalition works with 20 partner organizations who set up appointment sites throughout the county. And they assist low-income families access tax credits they probably didn't even know they were eligible for. Pre-pandemic, we helped bring back over $42 million in federal and state refunds, of which $15 million were earned income tax credits. Pandemic filing was hard hit by budget cuts and the inability of some of our partners to move to online applications. As we recover from the pandemic, we hope to exceed our pre-pandemic numbers because we know there will be more families eligible and in need of assistance because of the pandemic. Another of our programs, Advancing San Diego, is in partnership with several organizations focused on ensuring that a pathway from college and that's both community college and four-year college to an internship that leads to a paid job in their field of study. Our literacy works with the very young to help them have access to books and assist parents and teachers with someone to read to the children. Children in households without books enter school with as much as 1 million fewer words than those children with books in their homes. There are many other areas in which we are working, so you can learn more on our website. But what I really want to talk about today is what you can do about these needs. How can you get involved and give back to the community? How can you learn about what is available in your area, or maybe in your area of interest? Or maybe you want to find something that is safe, given that this pandemic threat we still have lingering. One of the pillars of our Edict 2030 is to create diverse ways of giving back. Of course, everyone knows that you can always give money. I don't know of a single nonprofit agency that won't take your money. How do you know if you are giving to a legitimate organization or one that is really making a difference? You can use GuideStar, the IRS's exempt organizations select check tool, or charitycheck101.org, or just call up the organization to find out about their work and tax exempt status. But what if you don't have money to give? You can also volunteer. There are two types of volunteering. One is giving of your time. You get to choose where, when, how much, and how often you give of your time, and what you do during that time. There's also something called skills-based volunteering. A bit more specific and maybe even longer term, but if you have a skill or have been trained in an area, there may be a nonprofit in need of that skill. For example, wildlife rescue associated with the Humane Society sometimes need people who can build animal enclosures or maybe even birdhouses. Someone with some carpentry skills might be interested in this kind of volunteering. Someone who works in marketing and PR could also lend their expertise to help a nonprofit design a communication and marketing plan. Or someone with computer skills or web design skills could help a nonprofit that needs the help but might not have the budget. United Way also offers a board service certification training, so you can be the best board member possible. Sometimes people don't join a board of directors because they aren't sure they have the skills or that they have anything to offer. Take this 6-week training, and at the end, you are well qualified to join a board. We even provide a matching service to help you find the right nonprofit for you and for them. But if you want to give of your time in some way that is more generic, then where do you start? 100 years ago, our community was small enough, you could probably just ask your neighbor. Today, not so much so. If you just want to check out the opportunities, we have 2 websites. One is focused on volunteer needs in the homeless area. If homelessness is your interest, you can check out the list of times and find something that works for you. You can sign up on the website, or you can call the organization. The second one lists volunteer opportunities around the county in a variety of areas. Again, you can check it out and sign up online or call the organization to find out more. But you are probably wanting to know about the needs. Do I even qualify? Do they need me? The answer is most likely yes, a resounding yes. So pre-pandemic, we would bring together teams of people to work on a project. It could be a department team within an organization, or maybe it was a book club or another group that just wanted to have a fun way to give back. We would set up a variety of opportunities, like one group from Alaska Airlines painted the interior of the new administration building for Barrio Logan College Institute. Another of that same set of employees stuffed backpacks with school supplies and a note of encouragement for the students. That changed so that during the pandemic, people would stop by our office, pick up a set of backpacks and supplies, go home, stuff them at home, and then return them to our office. and we would distribute them to the organizations. Team building was a bit more difficult during the shutdown, that's for sure. We also stuffed backpacks with hygiene supplies for the homeless. Another volunteer effort that we coordinated was to purchase age and culturally appropriate books from Warwick's. We distributed them to organizations working with young people and getting books into the homes. Also, shots in arms, like books in homes, which reminds me of another way to volunteer. Some people were or are able to volunteer to help out at one of the vaccination sites, directing people and checking them in. Those with medical and nursing backgrounds could also volunteer their time to give the shots. And another way, UCSD wanted to create opportunities for their students, so students wouldn't leave campus for spring break. We teamed up with 3 other organizations to do beach cleanup, painting by number, pictures to give to other organizations, especially those that were setting up housing for the homeless, kindness kits with home and hygiene kits for families in Lemon Grove, and they put together literacy kits. Another way, there are also opportunities to record yourself reading a book, and that recording is made available to students, parents, and teachers, so the student can have a book read to them. People also can volunteer at one of the many food distribution sites around the county. Providing the food is fairly touchless with the box or bag set into the trunk. There is also a need for people to help sort and bag the food prior to the distribution. If you are interested in more outdoor activities, there's beach cleanup, helping in community gardens, or maybe working with animals at a dog shelter, wildlife shelters, or parks, or maybe even fostering them. There are a variety of range of opportunities. And as we come out of the pandemic and we each feel safe in the efforts we are providing, there will be so many other opportunities to give back, to volunteer your time. But maybe you aren't convinced volunteering is for you. I'll go a couple of different directions for this one with a personal story and one that's full of data. On the data side, studies have shown that volunteering and giving back is really good for you. You can establish a sense of purpose through your volunteer work. You see firsthand how important your time is to the people who benefit from it. It helps you keep mentally and sometimes even physically fit. Believe me, those bags or boxes of food are not light. Oh, just a side note, if you don't want to lift those boxes or bags, you can help direct traffic too. Volunteering may help you reduce your stress levels and even reduce your risk of depression. You can meet like-minded people who support the kind of organizations and work you are also supporting. And it may even help you live longer because it brings so much positivity and joy through your experience. My personal story is that when I first started working in the nonprofit field, I thought my work was good enough. It was a contribution to the betterment of my community. That's good stuff, right? But the first time I did some volunteer work, the difference was clear. Maybe it was because I wasn't being paid to do it. Maybe because I chose to do it. Then I felt really good about doing it. There was no reward other than knowing I was doing something good for someone else. You don't have to go back to 1920 to find out how people gave back during a pandemic. You can do it now, here in San Diego County. There are so many opportunities. Here are the resources you may want to check out. First are the websites you can use to check out a nonprofit organization. And second are the United Way resources. There are so many more opportunities than I listed here. Check it out and give back. It really is good for you. Thank you again, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Elisa Barnett, and I am the Senior Services Program Manager at the San Diego LGBT Community Center. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about the Senior Services Program at the Center, as well as what makes our LGBT senior community unique and what some of the special needs are of that community, as well as how we as individuals here in San Diego County can support this community in aging and thriving and really being able to fully integrate into all of our lives. To start off with, the Center is really focused around helping a broad part of our senior community. Our services actually are open to anyone who is 50 or older, which means you can be a younger senior and get started with some of the things that we have going on. We have social events. These social events include everything from outdoor activities like croquet, indoor activities like canasta, as well as occasional special events that are centered around Pride, which happens every year in the summer, as most of us are well aware. We also have educational programs. Those programs are really focused on helping our seniors be able to be as informed as possible. We want to make sure that everyone in our community is able to do as well as they can, while also being focused on being able to integrate into other aspects of the community. That includes being aware of what kind of medical treatments are available, how to access medical care, as well as how to avoid being taken advantage of, like training and teaching around fraud prevention. It's also going to include other just fun educational opportunities. Art classes, Tai Chi, and exercise classes are all a part of what we do at the Center. We also have support groups for those folks who may be in need of specific support. We have a grief and loss group, which is really beneficial to those in our community who may not be able to be open about the losses that they've experienced when it comes to spouses or even other family members, or maybe just neighbors that they care about deeply. Additionally, we have a prostate cancer support group, both for those who have survived prostate cancer and are thriving and want to give back, as well as those who are in the middle of treatment and are looking for support from people who understand what they're going through. One of our most exciting support groups is our HIV positive support group. This is open to anyone 50 or older who's currently living with HIV. This means that these are many folks who are long-term survivors. They're able to share hope with each other and really be empowered by how much they've been able to do and are still doing today. That includes having family, friends, spouses, children, and really being involved in our community. We also are aware that there are plenty of seniors out there who may not be fully connected to all the help that they need. Because of that, we have resources and referrals that we make on a regular basis. We're also there to support and advocate for seniors who may not otherwise be able to access care. That means that if you call us and you need food support, we're going to figure out how to make sure that you get exactly the food support that you need, whether it's from us or from one of our community partners. We also make sure that when it comes to things like housing, we're trying to be as supportive as possible of our seniors who may not feel safe being out in their community. We're aware that many of our seniors, particularly in the Hillcrest, North Park, South Park areas, are currently being priced out of homes and rentals that they could previously afford. And now they're moving to other parts of the county where they may not feel quite as safe as they do when they're in the Hillcrest area. To that end, we're doing our best to help advocate and to make sure that the places that they're moving into are aware of the needs that our specific seniors have, as well as how to make sure that their communities are welcoming and affirming of folks who are LGBT. One of the most exciting programs that we have going on is actually a brand new program. It's the Second Act Village San Diego. There are over 7 villages, and this Second Act makes number 8. One of the most exciting things about this special village is that it's really focused on making sure that our LGBT seniors are connected and are building community. For those who aren't familiar with what a village is, villages are a space where seniors can come together, not just in one building or one single location, but over a whole geography. And for the Second Act Village, that means all of San Diego County. We're really looking for a way to support seniors who are living with HIV, who are members of the LGBT community, or who are just really strong allies of our LGBT community to be able to come together, build relationships, and as I keep saying, develop community. That's really what it's about. With villages, folks are able to support each other. If I need a ladder and I don't have one, I can reach out to other members of the village and say, hey, does anybody have a ladder I can borrow? And maybe there's someone out there who can call me back or who can reach back out to me and say, you know what, I've got one and I can swing by your house and drop it off for a couple days. It's those little things that can save us money, save us stress, and also help us grow closer to neighbors. That may mean that we discover that there are people who are LGBT who are living down the street or really close to us that we weren't previously aware about. And that's what the village is about. We're just getting started. We just started enrolling people in our village in January, so we've only been going for about 6 months. And this is a wonderful time to join in, to be kind of a part of that initial coming together of all these seniors. If you're not a senior and you're interested in volunteering with the village, we also welcome you. We're looking for folks who can help with technology, provide rides, and even just be there as a little bit of an extra check-in and support. So that may be a way for you to connect both with other seniors, or if you're not a senior yet, to connect with seniors and give back to a community. Because as many of us who are younger know, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the seniors who had come before us. Now, when it comes to supporting these LGBT seniors, there's a few things to keep in mind. One, we're a diverse community. It's really easy to assume that those of us who are LGBT must have all these things in common simply because we're LGBT, but that's really not the case. We do have some things in common, just like lots of groups may share some commonalities of identity, but that doesn't mean everything. So for us, what it means is that it may be some small part of our identity, some small part of our personality that we don't necessarily think about all the time. But for our seniors, it becomes more and more of an issue as they age. No two people are going to have the exact same experience, and this is particularly true when it comes to seniors who are entering residential care facilities. Because all of a sudden, when a senior enters one of those facilities, they lose a lot of the independence that they may have previously had. That sense of trust in their community can really be diminished. We have a lot of our seniors who go back into the closet when they go into those kinds of communities. And that's simply because they don't necessarily know if they can trust the caregivers or providers or even their neighbors. They want to feel safe and they want to be able to be their authentic selves, but it doesn't necessarily happen. And because of that fear, they're closeting themselves once more, and they may be losing touch with the primary family and community that they've relied on for years and years. So with that in mind, I really want to talk for just a moment about some of the things that someone can do to support an LGBT senior in their own community. I have one thing written here on the PowerPoint, and you're going to see it's a pretty short statement. Small gestures go a long way. If you're out there and you happen to know someone who you think might be LGBT, there are lots of really small gestures you can make. It can be as simple as putting a little rainbow flag up during Pride Month. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're a member of the community, but it can mean that you're supportive of the community. That can really change the way a neighbor looks at you and feels about the potential for the relationship that you have. If you're a provider and you're out there giving care to seniors, something as simple as a rainbow pin on the lanyard that you wear with your name badge, that can make a really big difference because all of a sudden it shows the awareness that you have. Additionally, when I introduced myself today, I used my pronouns. Mine are she, her, and hers. When we introduce ourselves to other people, introducing ourselves with our pronouns can help, again, show that we have an awareness of the community around us. And for some of our transgender seniors, that can go a really long way toward simply highlighting the fact that you recognize me, you see me even before you know me personally. Again, these are small gestures, but it can make a really, really big difference. Imagine you've lived your whole life knowing full well who you are. You finally had a chance to come out of the closet, you've lived authentically for decades, and then you break your hip. All of a sudden, you have to go into a rehabilitation facility. You don't plan on being there that long, so it doesn't seem like such a big deal to go back into the closet. But how does it feel? How does it impact your ability to really get well and to be honest with the care providers around you? How does it feel when you have to say to your friends, please don't come visit me even though I know you want to? I don't feel safe having them know that I'm gay. That's a really big concern of our seniors. And for someone who might go in thinking they're only going to be there for a little while, particularly during COVID, who may get sick, who may then end up in the hospital, all of a sudden they've lost contact with the family that supported them for such a long time. I can think of individual stories of seniors who have told their gay friends and family of choice not to come see them, and then who passed away alone. We don't want that to happen to anyone, and we certainly don't want it to happen to a community that can be so vulnerable and who can be so vibrant. So, with those little gestures, with those small things that we can all do, I find it to be particularly vital to make those efforts, to reach out and really connect with other people. That's part of why we're here at the center. If you are curious about how you can support LGBT seniors, whether you're a senior yourself or someone who works with seniors, please, please reach out to us. We want to be able to be here to support you. We want to be able to make those referrals and help you get to the services that you need. And we want to make sure that it's a safe and welcoming environment when you do that. In particular, we're really looking forward to getting to know you, to getting to celebrate your life and your experience. One of the things that we say in the LGBT community is that we don't just talk about seniors, we talk about LGBT elders. And that's because we have so much respect and passion for all of the sacrifice and all of the work that the generations before us put in, so that people like me could stand here in front of you proud and out and really ready to embrace life no matter where I am. So with that said, I am so grateful that all of you are here. I'm grateful for the time that you've taken to listen to me speak, and I really hope that I get a chance to meet each and every one of you in person sometime soon. I look forward to hearing from you, and I look forward to welcoming you to all of the programs that we have at the center. Thank you.
Being connected to information and resources to support healthy aging is important to all of us. Today, I'm proud to announce that Aging and Independent Services is unveiling our new website. The newly designed site will help you get information on our programs and services more easily. Visit www.aging.sandiegocounty.gov to check it out. While on the site, you can click on the Volunteer Community Partners tab and learn about the many opportunities to get involved with our committees and further the important work we do on behalf of older adults and persons with disabilities. We hope you'll join us. And as always, if you need any information or assistance, you may call our Aging and Independent Services call center at 1-800-339-4661. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. As she mentioned, information and support are available to you from the County of San Diego, as well as many of the organizations you're hearing from today. Before I sit down with Henry Winkler, I'd like to introduce the 2021 Chair of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, Nathan Fletcher. Chair Fletcher joined the board in 2019 and represents the 4th Supervisorial District, which includes much of the city of San Diego. Welcome, Nathan.
Hello, everyone. It is a tremendous pleasure to be with you today. I attended my first Vital Aging Conference in 2019 at the San Diego Convention Center. And while I hope it will be safe soon enough for us to gather again in person, the online event platform is helping us reach more people than ever before. Many of those folks we're reaching are folks who might not have been able to join us at an in-person event. Caregivers, those who live in the far reaches of our county, and those who may have health concerns, are able to be with us today because of this virtual gathering, and we are glad for that. This has been a trailblazing kind of day. This is the first time in the history of this event we've been able to offer 3 different language tracks. In addition to English, we've been able to complete programming accessible to those in both Spanish and in Arabic. The content is trailblazing as well. Many of our workshops are focusing on very important topics such as diversity and equity. To be a strong, cohesive community, we need to look out for one another. Individual actions such as staying active or eating a healthy diet, those are certainly important to keep us healthy as we age. But many other factors matter too, such as safe and healthy neighborhoods, equitable access to resources. I'm incredibly proud of recent efforts the county has made to ensure older adults of all ages and all backgrounds have the opportunity to age well. Some of these actions that we've taken recently include the creation of the Ride Well to Age Well Guide. This includes all sorts of resources to help San Diegans get around, even if you no longer drive. Everything from rideshare to numerous programs that can give you a ride to groceries or whatever you might need. This is the first time that all of these resources can be found in one place. You can see it at aging.sandiegocounty.gov. A focus on offering materials in a variety of different languages is a part of our efforts. We're increasing funding and investments in our mental health systems as well. I know the last 15 months have been difficult for us all, but in particular, the pandemic hit the older communities especially hard. Many of you made great sacrifices to stay safe and keep your loved ones, as well as the community at large, as healthy as possible. We thank you for all of that. Fortunately, today we have effective vaccines to help put a stop to the impacts of COVID-19. If you have not yet received your vaccine, I urge you to do so. Appointments are no longer needed, and we even have partnerships that allow for homebound individuals to receive your vaccine at your home. Please call 211 if you need assistance. Things are definitely looking up, and although we can't throw caution to the wind, there is reason for optimism. Our communities are opening back up. Once vaccinated, we can safely gather and reconnect. We can leave these difficult days behind us and embrace with gratitude the simple joys of life that previously we might have taken for granted. I hope you are finding today's event to be a source of inspiration to not only challenge yourself and take care of yourself, but to reach out to others. A strong, healthy, equitable community, it needs us all.
Henry Winkler is an actor, director, producer, New York Times bestselling author, and philanthropist. His portrayal of Arthur Fonzarelli on Happy Days, beloved by all as the Fonz, won him 2 consecutive Golden Globe Awards and 3 Emmy nominations. He has also served as executive producer on many series, including Hollywood Squares, MacGyver, and the Disney series called So Weird. Over the years, he performed in shows such as Royal Pains and Cartoon Network's first live-action Emmy Award-winning comedy called Children's Hospital. Winkler was executive producer and star of the hit NBC reality series called Better Late Than Never. Currently, he stars in HBO's Barry alongside Bill Hader, winning an Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a comedy series for this role. In 2003, Henry's career proceeded on a path he could never have anticipated. He began writing a series of children's novels entitled Hank Zipster, the World's Greatest Underachiever. The books have appeared on several bestseller lists and are inspired by Winkler's struggle throughout his education due to his dyslexia, which was diagnosed much later in life. To date, he and his co-author, Lynn Oliver, have written 36 children's novels. He has published a collection of anecdotes also, photos, and heartfelt observations gathered while fly fishing in Montana. That is called I Never Met an Idiot on the River. Henry is an avid philanthropist. He uses his position to help others, particularly children. He is associated with many groups, including the United Friends of the Children, Children's Actions Network, and annual Cerebral Palsy Telethon, and the Special Olympics. In 2011, Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, awarded Henry with an honorary Officer of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire in recognition of his services to children with special education needs. And now, it is my tremendous honor and pleasure to welcome Henry Winkler. I want to ask a couple questions and give the audience a chance to get to know you, especially in this last year. For all of us, the pandemic has been really difficult and very often isolating. What has it been like for you, and how have you kept your spirits up?
You know, I am amazed that we negotiated these last 14 months. I was at work. We were sitting around the table reading the 3rd season. Maisie is coming to say hi. Reading the 3rd season of Barry. And the next day we were sent home and I never left my house. It was lonely. Stacy and I, we of course had each other. I was able to work with my writing partner over Zoom. I was able to visit with my grandchildren over Zoom. I made a movie in the house. The director sent me 3 cell phones, a laptop, 12 miles of wire, a pillow, and a light. And I literally did scenes either on the laptop or on the cell phone with an actress, Margot Martindale, who was in Connecticut.
Fantastic. What was the pillow for?
It was a feature film, and it hasn't come out yet, but it's called Shoot the Rooster. It was amazing. I thought, well, you know what? I've got to say yes, because I've never done anything like this before.
So to our audience, Shoot the Rooster. Let's put it on our calendars when it does come out. The event is called and focused on resilience. I wonder if you could think about and share with us about your personal resilience and how you've used it to benefit your life and your career.
I am dyslexic. I found out when I was 31. My whole life, I thought I was a failure. Even when I was successful, I thought I was a failure because I had failed so much in every school, except I knew I wanted to be an actor. And everybody said, you will never make it. You're not going to do much with your life because your grades. I was in the bottom 3% academically in America. I never let my dream go. I never let somebody else's opinion of me stop me. So I would have to say that if you will it, it is not necessarily a dream. If you will it, it is not a dream. That came to me, believe it or not, in my fan mail as the Fonz. Someone sent me a metal cutting with that written in it. It became the mantra of my life.
Beautifully said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk about aging a little bit. We're aging as we're having this very conversation right this moment. Is there something joyful, some joyful aspects of life as one is becoming older? Is there some advice you can think of to give the audience about enjoying aging and aging well?
Okay, this is what I would say. You've got a choice. Your glass is either half full or it's half empty. And it is how you look at it. It's not anybody else. It's not too late to try something. It is the moment right now to try it. I told you about the movie, Shoot the Rooster. I've never made a movie. Being the technician, having to learn. And now, technically, the only thing I know about my cell phone is how to take a picture and how to make a phone call. All of the other wonderful things it does, I can't do. So it is a matter of your personal attitude. That makes the difference between joy and dour.
Thank you. We all know you as a prolific actor, director, producer. Happy Days and your role as the Fonz, of course, brought you into the public eye. Would you share a few most memorable moments with the audience from that Happy Days era?
Well, first of all, we started making it like a little movie. So that took about 3 or 4 days for every episode to be shot using one camera like they do making a movie. And in 1975, Gary Marshall, rest his soul, a genius that I got to work with, decided to do it in front of a live audience. Now, Ron Howard had been acting since he was 3. I graduated from my drama school in 1970, and I got Happy Days when I was 27. So he's 18, I'm 27. He had never worked in front of a live audience before in his life. I was trained in the theater. So here are the two of us. His background is Oklahoma. Mine is short German Jewish. But on the set, as Richie and the Fonz, we were perfectly matched. He got me my first glove for baseball. I don't have good eye-hand coordination, so I never played sports really, except for water skiing. I was pretty good at archery, but that was it. I never played baseball, basketball, any football, any ball at all. He bought me my first mitt, and I was the pitcher for the Happy Days ball team. We traveled together all over the world playing softball in exhibition games. Those were some of my happiest moments on doing that show. The family, the ensemble, Mrs. C, Marion Ross, now 94, still one of my very good friends, one of the great women of the 21st century.
And I think a San Diegan too. I think she lives in
Yes.
San Diego. Does that ever bring you to San Diego to visit Marion Ross?
Not to visit Marion, but I have been to San Diego many times. The first time in my life, my stepson was 5, and we went to SeaWorld, and we went to the safari, we went to the zoo, and I was kissed by Shamu. I have a Polaroid of Shamu coming out of the water and giving me a kiss on the cheek.
He probably thought you were a pretty special dad for getting that kiss in San Diego by Shamu.
It was great. He is now 50. He's got 2 daughters. My daughter is 40. She has 3 boys, and our youngest child is a director, Max, and he is expecting a daughter in September. So we're going to have 6 grandchildren.
You're going to be surrounded by beautiful little women giving you lots of love and kisses.
It's fantastic.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. So I'm a big fan of a lot of your work, and no exception is the show Better Late Than Never, where you've traveled the world with Terry Bradshaw, George Foreman, William Shatner, of course. I would love to hear, and our audience would love to hear, any lessons that you've learned from exploring the world, interacting with different people and cultures.
Okay, so one of the things that I learned, we're all the same. It doesn't matter where we come from. It doesn't matter the language that we speak. It doesn't matter that some of the rituals are different. At the bottom, human beings are human beings are human beings. We depend on each other. We love each other. We have to work with each other. And I am shocked that at this moment, this great country is so divided. But can you imagine that my job was working for NBC, and they sent us all over Asia, and then all over Europe and Morocco, and I got paid for that? It was amazing.
And you had some pretty funky travel mates, I have to say.
Well, here are my impressions of those guys. George Foreman, heavyweight champion of the world. He sits down and he falls asleep, no matter where we are, at any moment, day or night. Bill Shatner has read every book ever written by a human being on this earth, and he wants you to know what is on every page. It's true. It's true. Terry Bradshaw is this big personality. His personality is as big as Louisiana. He is a mush and has won the Super Bowl so many times. It's amazing.
Did you get a chance to pick these particular travel mates, or was this the producers putting you together and then unavoidably you became friends, I would guess?
That is an interesting question because I was an executive producer, so I got to help in the choice. Of course, NBC, the network, the people who are putting up the money have the final say. But I met, we were supposed to be friends and we were all traveling together. We became friends. But I met George Foreman for 20 minutes in an office before we left. That was it.
You knew the grill, but not the man, and that was changed forever.
We had the grill.
You had the grill.
Never had the grill.
I had the grill. I still use the grill. Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. Obviously, you're very passionate about connecting younger generations through the writing.
Yes.
This time, there's so much discussion about, and tension, I would say, between generations. Why is it important that we make an effort to understand each other and to work and connect with each other among generations?
Here's my example. When there is a hurricane, when there is a tornado, nobody says, "Hey, who are you coming to get me in that boat? What color is your skin? What is your religion?" They're only thinking, "Please help me get off this roof. Just bring the boat close enough for me to get in, and thank you for taking me to safety." We need each other. We need each other. We're interconnected. I think it is vital that we get back to that. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your politics are. I care that we take care of each other, that we entertain each other, that we learn from each other. When I started writing these books for children, I didn't know that they were going to be helpful. I didn't know that children were going to say to me, "Hey, how did you know me so well?" My partner, Lynn Oliver, and I just sat down to write comedies. That was it. And out of that, because I understood what it was to write about a child with dyslexia, a child who failed a lot, but he was happy. He was resourceful. He could solve a problem. He had good friends. I knew that really well, and it connected with young people. They then say to me, I laughed so hard, my funny bone fell out of my body.
So let's talk a little bit about Hank Zipster, the main character from your books.
Yes.
You've mentioned they were written primarily for the younger audiences.
Yes.
Talk to the grandparents who might be asking and thinking about, give me some pointers. I might have a grandchild or a child or a kid in the neighborhood. What can I learn to be successful in having a good relationship, to understand Hank Zipster and kids like that?
This is what I have learned in my life. Listen, the center of all relationship is in the ear. It's not the heart, not the brain, it is the ear. If you listen, you see. And if you see and you listen, you know, because we're all the same, what the soul is of the person you're relating to, if they are 5 or if they are 75. There is no respecting an adult more than a child. There is only enjoying the human being, no matter what their age is, that's in front of you. But I literally think that the most important lesson of all is being able to listen, being able to hear. It doesn't matter how you meant something. It only matters how it landed.
Beautifully said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go back for a moment again to the pandemic.
Yes.
This last 15 months really shone a light on the fact just pretty much any one of us can experience a mental health challenge from time to time. Have there been these moments in your life of challenges, and how did you overcome them?
You know, I have to say to you that I just realized, like a week ago, I actually had the thought that I am so grateful, not only for being on the planet, but I'm also grateful that during this time, my partner and I wrote an entire novel on Zoom together. This morning, we started writing our 37th novel together. I made this movie with 3 cell phones, a laptop, and about 25 miles of cable in my house. I was able to find things to keep me busy. My wife and I did puzzles, big jigsaw, but well, she did it. I walked by, I looked down, I took a piece, I put it in, I said thank you and got a drink. But it was very important not to be idle. No matter what it is you chose to do or you choose to do not allow your brain to be idle. You know, we also watched a tremendous amount of TV. And I'm going to give you not only Barry on HBO, you can see two seasons now, and we're going to start shooting the third in August. I'm also going to tell you that there is on Netflix, if you have Netflix, there is a South Korean TV show called Crash Landed Into You, or I Crash Landed Into You. It's something like that. Being dyslexic, I don't always remember the title, but it's something like that. It will enchant you. You have to read the subtitles, but you will, by the end, laugh and cry and enjoy.
I did do all of that with Barry. You were incredible in there. If our audience, if you haven't seen Barry, look it up, especially now that we've heard the third season is going to be filmed. So let's talk a little bit more about brain health. Here at Oasis, we always are so focused on lifelong learning and brain health. All of us, as we age, are extremely afraid of the dementias and Alzheimer's. Any tips for keeping your brain active?
Yes. You know, I don't think it matters what it is you choose to do to keep your brain active. I play a game, honestly. It's called Zuma. It's on my computer, Zuma. I have played this same game for the last 25 years. And I play it every day. And I enjoy it every day. Sometimes I'm good at it. Sometimes I'm not. But I do believe that it keeps my brain firing. So whatever it is you choose to do, even if you have a wonderful conversation with somebody in your building, in your neighborhood, down the block, on the phone, over Zoom, I would do that, and it you feel the difference. You feel connected.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We believe in social connection as really a healthcare issue. When we're stimulated and connected, that's what helps us age well together. And of course, infuses lots of fun in our lives. Switching to a little bit more serious topic for a moment, let's talk about ageism. It's clearly a sobering topic and a reality in our world. As we live longer, and sometimes we have to work longer, we're finding ourselves at a steep disadvantage and often faced with discrimination. Yes. Our culture, as you can imagine, remains very youth-oriented, and very few voices speak up about the wisdom that we gain with age. So my question to you is, how could we together use people who are in the public eye, people who have substantial influence or assets, to help bring awareness to older adults' needs and wants and contributions, and bring a change about when we change the conversation about aging, and in a more positive light?
You know, first of all, the first thing that comes into my mind is thank goodness for Oasis, because I imagine that Oasis as an entity, as an important organization, does exactly that. In America, I don't know, when I was growing up, don't trust anybody over 30. What is that about? The respect for wisdom. I have no idea how this country became so dismissive of the most important asset, which is the knowledge that comes from living. How did that happen? So my instinct is we all talk about it. We all bring it up. We all show other people, no matter if it's one person at a time, if it's 10 people in a room, if it's a group that you're in, show people what you know. Show people how vital, how wonderful your contribution is. I think we can only do it by showing. In America, and this is true, television really exists for one reason and one reason only, which is mostly the commercial. They want eyeballs watching the show. If more eyeballs, if more people watch a show, they make more money from the commercials. We, as older citizens, we have money to spend. We are buyers, consumers of products also. I don't understand how they have left the senior citizen, the boomers, behind. It is a bad business decision. I would imagine boomers could choose a product and decide not to buy it. And all of a sudden they go, what happened? Wait a minute. There's a whole section of people not participating in our product. That might, I don't mean to start a revolution. It just came to my mind, but it's an interesting thought.
Well, you said you start new things all the time. Why not a revolution, Mr. Henry Winkler? Who knows? Yes, we should have an offline conversation about that. I want to congratulate you. Of course, you've had such an illustrious and impressive career so far as an actor, producer, director, not to, of course, omit the accomplished fly fisherman. You've been nominated and received so many awards, Critics' Choice Award, Emmys, the Golden Globe. You, of course, were honored by Queen Elizabeth, and you were named UK's top 10 literacy heroes, and the list goes on and on and on. Looking back, what stands out the most to you and why?
Well, it certainly is not the awards, because the awards eventually don't mean anything, except I will say that getting the award from Queen Elizabeth was pretty great. Now, I didn't receive it from her, but she had to sign this big document, the Queen of England. But I would have to say that being a dad and being a grandparent is extraordinary. It fulfills me. I would have to say, outside of family, our puppies, we have two incredible puppies.
We've met one, Macy, right?
Yes, Maisie was here. Maisie was here, but she left. She left me. She was not. She heard me speak before and was bored. And her sister Sadie, but outside of them, I enjoy fly fishing for trout, as you said. If you're able to do that, if you're able to put yourself in a pastoral setting, it is where Emily Dickinson found her faith, the great poet. Just outside your door. You don't have to go anywhere major in order to have a fulfilling moment, becoming one with nature. It can be right outside in your backyard, in the park. on your stoop. Really, we forget in America that it is the simple things that make your life. Your life is made up of one grain of sand, and eventually you've got the beach. We need to own things. You know what I learned during this pandemic? I look around and I think, I have got a lot of stuff. What do I need this stuff for? I'm not kidding. It was so unimportant during the pandemic, keeping ourselves occupied, alive, vibrant, not depressed, because one of the things am I talking too much?
No, please. You are the guest of honor today.
No, I know, but one of the things that I learned, what I realized, that if I was not busy, if I was not able to do, my mind could slip right off the edge, just like that. And it is up to us, not waiting for somebody else to do it. It's up to us to just say, I want to do something. I'm going to do it now. I want to do it now, because there is no other time except for now. I'm good at talking myself out of stuff. I'm good at that. Well, I'm too old. Well, I missed it. Well, I'm too busy. Well, I'd like to do it, but, I've got these other things to do. They're all excuses. You can actually do it, even if you've never done it before, whatever it is. You can do it right now.
You could be a spokesperson for Oasis. That's what we say all day long. Come to Oasis, learn something new. Don't be home, don't do nothing. Stimulate your intellect, meet other interesting people, do something right now, exactly like you said it. So let me ask you about retirement. Our audience might have this question, thinking, what's a good time to retire? How do I know I'm ready to retire? Should I just keep working and staying busy? Is retirement all that it's meant to be? Any advice on that front?
Okay, now I have never been retired, so I have no advice, except that I would imagine if you don't have to, if you don't feel like it, do not retire. You just keep doing what you're doing, have your routine, enjoy, go, be. I have to say that your credo as Oasis, as you just said, come to Oasis and all of this will unfold for you, is pretty incredible to me. I mean, I say thank God for that. I mean, what an amazing, generous, extending of thought and action.
Thank you so much for these kind words. So another part that we do, so we take good care of two generations, older adults and children, especially those that are struggling to read. Oasis has an intergenerational program where we train seniors who are voracious readers themselves and who care about literacy, and we place them in the lowest performing schools. And we provide them one-on-one as coaches and mentors to children who are struggling to read and write at grade level for whatever reason. The reasons could be many. Do you have any advice for our tutors who are always trying to figure out which book to bring, which story to introduce?
All right, hold on. If you are teaching first grade, second grade, third grade, I'm going to show you. This is the font of our Here's Hank books. And it was developed by a father of two dyslexic children. And Here's Hank is the first book to ever use that font. And I'm not saying it because we wrote it. I'm saying, first of all, I have no advice for you, because what an amazing thing you do. It has always, I've always promoted when we've gone to schools, Grandparents sitting at home would be unbelievable tutors. They would get something out of it. The children would feel nurtured and love it. I think that is like a brilliant idea.
Thank you so much for saying that. It's a gift to the teachers because these older adults really are a resource, a very precious resource. It's a gift to the child because they might not have another person in their life who is there just for them, you know, to really listen, to read, to joke, to maybe draw cartoons, to learn words. That sometimes is the only person who's not there to discipline. It's just there to have fun. And then, of course, it's good for society. Can you imagine a world where we catch up all the struggling readers and writers by 4th grade to be strong and confident? What becomes possible for the rest of the life, right? So we're very focused on that. And we have been using Hank. We have been giving it away to children in many, many schools here in San Diego. So thank you for that.
Oh, let me just say that I wish I had someone like that in my life because I did not become a reader until I was 31. I was so afraid of reading because of my dyslexia. I never read a novel. When I was in high school, we read The Tale of Two Cities. And I took my book and I dripped water over the pages. And then when it dried, it crinkled up. So it looked like I was just really using my book and reading. Oh my goodness. Never cracked the binding until I was 31. And that you put these incredible, wise souls with these children who crave it together, I think is genius.
Thank you so much. I want to ask you about the creativity. So you've just said we're working on our 36th novel.
Yeah.
Talk about where you get ideas. How do you think about what else to write about? How does the story come alive to you? Odo does have sometimes a really good storyteller. So talk a little bit about how many more novels will you write, and will you ever run out of ideas for what the next story is?
Well, one thing I know for sure, I'm never going to run out of an idea. But number two is I sit with Lynn in her office, my partner, Lynn Oliver, and we come up with an idea. From the second we put it out into the air, either we go, oh my gosh, and then Hank could do this and his friends could do that, and then his parents and his younger sister. And then what happens if he does this? There's that, and then there's, yeah, well, okay. I don't, no, nothing is coming. And then you take that story and you put it aside until another time. You will know in your Gederum, you will know in your tummy when an idea is right. Because here's the thing. You don't write what somebody else you think they want. You write what you know. You write what makes you happy. Since we're all the same, if you laugh, somebody else will be laughing too.
Excellent. And, coming from you, anything I watch, I crack up. Let's talk a little bit about physical health. As we age, some of us have great health for very, very, very many decades. Some of us, have challenges and obstacles. Talk to us about your physical routine. Do you have something you do to stay physically active and strong?
My youngest son asks me that question all the time. I walk on the treadmill twice a month. I want to. I've even written it on my mirror. I've even treadmill, and I look right past it, comb my hair, and walk away. I lift weights. Sometimes I have barbells that are sitting there calling my name. I never pick them up. I don't know why. Now, I have to tell you, as I said, we're going fly fishing tomorrow. I worry My fear is, will I be physically up to fishing from 9:30 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon? I stand in the front of the boat. I fish, I cast all day long, 5 days in a row, and I haven't been able to do it for 14 to 16 months. And I wonder, what is the difference going to be from then until tomorrow? But I don't let that stop me. In my mind, I'm excited. I can't wait. You know what? I think of fly fishing as a washing machine for your brain. I love it. I can't wait. You're in the most beautiful place. The water is lapping against the boat as you're going down the river. You're looking at a moose. There's a cow. There's a horse. There's a mink. You got minks running along the bank. And then there are the beautiful trout. I catch them. I give them a kiss. I say thank you. I take a picture. I put them back.
So your wife never gets trout dinner once you are back? Or
No,
how does that work?
She goes too. She is a great fisher person herself. So now, there are rules. We're in the front of the boat and in the back of the boat, and the guide is in the middle rowing. I couldn't do it at all. I'm like amazed that that's his job all from May to October. But so here's the rule. If you're in the front of the boat, you've got all the water in front of you, all the water on all the sides of you up to the oars. In the back of the oars, it's my water, and I've got all the water on the sides of us and all the water behind us. Except if I see we're passing fishy water and it's in my wife's water, I cannot help myself. My fly goes in her water. So we fish in separate boats. I have mine, she has hers, and then we meet for lunch. And we have dinner together.
And is that one of many tips you offer for a long-term happy marriage?
Hello?
How many years have you been married? And any other tips?
43. No, my tip is, look, marriage is it's a marathon. It is not a sprint. It is difficult. You have to work through so much, the way you change, the way your wife changes, who you are, your impatience, her impatience, what you love, what she loves, and you have to bring that all together like one lump of clay, and out of that you sculpt a marriage. But I will say, for me, the center of the marriage is the ear.
Beautifully said. We have Oasis members who have told me the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. The husband said, "I speak Nadine." That's the name's wife. He said, before she could even say it, I hear it. I get it. So your ear and the listening is very important. Thank you for that.
And I'm still praying. I'm still lighting incense that my wife Stacy speaks Henry.
Ah, that's wonderful. So, any parting thoughts for the audience? You know, this again is a conference about aging, aging well, being engaged, being socially active. Any thoughts about, you know, what you would encourage adults who are 50 and older, and many generations of those, to start, to continue, to pick up again?
To start, to continue, to pick up again anything that is in your imagination. The body, you know, a good friend of mine is a psychiatrist, and he said to me, your 60s are a breeze, it all falls apart in your 70s. And I have to say that I get up in the morning and I negotiate with my knees. I have to have a talk with my knees that we all get out of bed together.
How does that sound? Can we hear a little bit of Henry talking to his niece? I'm imagining it's a pretty funny conversation.
I beg them, please let me not shuffle to brush my teeth. Let's all walk together with pride. So your body is going to do what it does because it really does. It really, we put a lot of wear and tear on the body. Some of us are grateful and some of us are lucky enough to be able to be active, and others, inactivity comes sooner. So you do what you can. You don't take the fact that something is not working and say everything is not working. You take something that is not working, you acknowledge it, and you take all the things that are working and you keep them working and you make them work for you. You are in control. I would just like to say, I love that you asked me this afternoon. I sincerely hope I wasn't boring. You asked me really thought-provoking questions. And I wish you all the most wonderful summer and a productive life.
Beautifully said. So before we let you go, what are the dreams for Henry? You sounds like you were never going to retire. You're never going to run out of ideas. Creativity, gratitude also came up. What's next for you? What are your big dreams? What else do you want to do?
Okay, I want to just keep doing what I do. I hope I can act until I just can't. I hope I can enjoy my children and my grandchildren until I just can't. My family. I hope that that for everyone. But here's a dream I have. I would like to go to Modena. I think Modena, Italy. There is that restaurant there with that chef, with his American wife, and I would like to eat his food. My wife, Stacy, introduced me when we were first married to good food. In my icebox, when I met Stacy, I had a tuna fish sandwich from the deli down the street. I had a box of white and red wine for visitors because I don't drink. I had pickles and Diet Coke. That was pretty much it. And then she introduced me to the world of delicious food. So my dream is to go to Italy, to that city, and also Lyon, France, and eat up and down the street all of that escargot.
Sounds fabulous. So I would like to end with an invitation. As I mentioned, at Oasis, we do a lot of lifelong learning. We do a lot of physical activity. We train older adults to work with children as reading and literacy mentors. You mentioned you're not so good on your smartphone. You know, we do a lot of smartphone classes, so you have an invitation for that. And for all of those exercisers, just like you and me actually, I am not so big on the weights and the treadmill. I do the same conversation you do. We offer 40 kinds of exercise, including dancing, meditation, Zumba, just stuff that makes you move and you don't feel like you're exercising. So if you're ever in the mood to stop by and say hello, you have an open invitation here in San Diego.
I look forward to it.
Thank you. One of the things we do is make sure that our older adults are confident technology users. Thank you for joining us today via Zoom. You might have 20 miles of cable running around the house. Thank you for being so optimistic and forward-looking and so encouraging as we look at our lives. Post-pandemic, almost out of pandemic, you've been a true inspiration. We thank you very, very much. We hope all of us come out of this resilient and strong.
Wow, thank you so much, really. What a pleasure to spend this time with you, Simona.
Thank you. Welcome to San Diego Oasis, where we engage adults 50 and over in the practice of successful aging. We have reopened our doors and we can't wait to see you. Join us online or in person to stay fit, learn technology, a new language, art, finance, and most importantly, to meet a new friend. Learn more at sandiegooasis.org. What an incredible treat this has been. Wow, I'm so impressed by Henry Winkler, the human being, the professional, the producer, the actor. Truly touched by the gratitude he expressed and his thoughts, sincere and humble thoughts. Truly special. And now, let's meet two people who are very close to my heart here in San Diego. You heard about our Oasis tutoring program in my discussion with Henry Winkler. And so let's meet two experts, Joanne and Carol. And after we hear from them, you will be joined by Penny and Sarah from the Barrio Logan College Institute. These four incredible speakers will tell you all about their experiences with intergenerational volunteerism and the impact it has made on them and the young people they work with. Enjoy.
My name is Joanne Boncher. I'm a retired special education teacher. I retired in 2000. However, I'm still working. The reason I'm working is because I'm involved with the Oasis Tutoring program, which is an absolutely wonderful program for children out in the schools that are struggling, trying to learn how to read and write and be part of the curriculum. I first learned about the Oasis Tutoring program in 1991 when I was a curriculum resource teacher, and we put it into our district, and I trained tutors and worked with teachers, and we monitored kids. And what we found is these little students ended up making fabulous progress in a short amount of time. The students that are involved in the Oasis program are little guys who would not be picked up any other way because they don't receive special education and they'd fall through the cracks. Working with the tutors and the teachers with this program is so wonderful because it works like magic. And Carol, I think you'd agree that it's like magic.
Yes.
This is Carol Hare. Carol, tell us a little bit about your background.
I'm a retired registered nurse and nurse practitioner. I retired in 2017 after a 43-year career in nursing. And the majority of that was spent as a geriatric and adult nurse practitioner. And as I retired, I wanted to look at some volunteer opportunities and also do some things that were completely different and out of the realm of healthcare. And so I began to take some of the classes that Oasis offers for older adults, and things like cooking and history classes and travel classes and just things that were fun and didn't involve academic credits and writing papers or anything that would be too onerous. And I learned about the Oasis tutoring program, and I was looking for opportunities for some volunteer activity. And working with the elementary school children and reading was appealing and something quite different for me. So I met Joanne when I attended a orientation that lasted part of 2 days for Oasis tutors. And maybe she can tell us a little bit more about the orientation program, but that's the start.
The wonderful thing about Oasis is being able to work with people like Carol. Our tutors come from all walks of life. They've been teachers, they've been engineers, they've been lawyers. It's everybody, and that's what makes the program so valuable to the kids. Is they are learning and meeting and getting to be friends with people from all walks of life that they may never have met before. The orientation program is just a time when we give the tutors an idea of what it involves to tutor students and a little bit of how it works. The value of this program is that these little guys are seeing the tutors once a week, and they're one-on-one. They're forming a relationship with the tutors that's personal, and the tutors become almost like a member of their family. They're in a session with these tutors, and it's safe, and they can risk trying new things without worrying about not doing it right. And that's what makes this program so awesome, is these tutors are all so nurturing and caring, and the kids know that. The things they do in the tutoring sessions are like fun games, but they're all reflected back in the classroom. So the students are learning and practicing things that they do when they get back in the classroom. Would you agree, Carol? Tell a little bit about the kinds of things you do when you're tutoring.
Well, when I'm tutoring, the first thing you have to do is get to know your student. Excuse me. And I've had first grade students, and so these are new readers who really are excited. They soak up information like sponges.
Yes.
They, you know, it's interesting that you sometimes wonder, why did the teacher select students that they think would need some additional help? And it may not be strictly the reading skills.
Exactly.
One student that I worked with had some attention issues. And so I learned that we had to do activities that were quite short and move from one activity to another. We would read a story, then we would spend some time maybe drawing a picture in our journal that Oasis provides us with, so that the student could pick a part of the story they liked the best and draw a picture of it. There was one student I had who just loved costumes and clothes, and if there was a princess in the story, she would be drawing the princess, and you know, she was really quite artistic. But you know, even that, we get a little, you know, now what's next? And so in addition to reading and maybe writing a few sentence story about what we've read, and perhaps illustrating an aspect of the story, we worked on word games and puzzles. And one of my students never had done a crossword puzzle, didn't know what that was. And so, again, Joanne, as the coordinator for our tutors, was instrumental in providing some wonderful word games and puzzles that were simple, maybe 4 or 5 words, and the student just loved those. And you know, every time she'd say, "Did you bring a new puzzle?" So you know, it's a good way to learn vocabulary and spelling, and again, that is associated with reading.
Exactly.
So the games and the puzzles and the word finding ones, where the words are upside down and crosswise and horizontal, were another popular one.
I want to hook a little bit onto what Carol said about the students that she had. The teachers refer students that have multiple problems other than just reading and writing. As Carol said, sometimes they have attention problems. There may be other students that really have self-esteem issues and are unable to function in the classroom because they're afraid they're going to do it wrong, so they don't do it. There's also those little shy kids that never raise their hand in the classroom, and they don't take part in any of the discussions. So these are all the kinds of students that will be put into the Oasis program. And the wonderful thing is they all make progress. They all are up to speed by the end of the year. And that's the thing that is so exciting about this program, is the wonderful people like Carol that are involved with the students, but also the fact that these little guys are going to come out feeling better about their education than they did when they went in. And Also the teachers, because of the progress of their students, the teachers love the program, love the tutors, and we can never get enough tutors to fill all the spots. And it's just such an honor to work with people like Carol and with a program that is so darn good that you know that it's going to be okay. And the thing that's so wonderful is that the tutors that come in, when they're doing the training, they're kind of like, oh, I don't know whether I'm going to know how to do this. And then they go out and they become a teacher. And when they see their students making progress, you watch them, and it's just, there's so many parts of this program that are awesome. And that's one of them, is working with these wonderful volunteers like Carol, and then watching the progress of the kids. Carol, talk a little bit about why you tutor. What do you get out of it?
Well, I just really enjoy meeting these eager young students who are, you know, they, as I said, they're like sponges. They once they meet you, I think they're a little shy the first time, you know, that you're going to be, you know, and they're thinking, you know, who is this person, and are they going to, you know, how are they going to interact with me? And when they find out that, you know, we're reading fun books, and when you get to know them, you look for books that are of interest to them. You know, if they like dogs, if they like butterflies, if they like happy stories, if they like dogs, you find out about their pets, you find out how many siblings they have, you find out, you know, what kinds of games do they like to play, and you know, then you find these books, and so they're really eager, and usually I would bring 2 or 3 books with me and say, now, what would you like to read today? So they get to pick. So that's a big part of it. And they see you as more of a friend. Often as I would go to the classroom, you know, they're eager to run and, you know, come up and in our school, we would meet at the library resource center, and so you know, the student would, I'd meet them at recess, and they're ready to leave recess and go and read. So that's, you know, that this is something that they're happy to be doing.
Absolutely. The tutors become like part of these little kids' families, and they become a significant other in their life. The tutor feels that way about the child, and the child feels that way about the tutor, and that's the power of this program, is the interaction between these 2 age groups. That's why it's intergenerational. So if you're thinking about doing an activity where you're going to stretch and learn, and where you're going to try new things, where you're going to give back to the community, and where you're going to teach a kid how to read so that he can make his life better, then think about the Oasis program, because it is so worth every minute that you spend for you, for the student, for the teachers. It's just awesome. So think about it. It's Oasis Intergenerational Tutoring with the Oasis Institute. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bokin, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for Barrio Logan College Institute. Barrio Logan College Institute, also known as BLCI, is an after-school program. We are a nonprofit. We work with students from 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade. With tutoring, we help students get better grades. We also do weekly workshops where they learn about going to college, what it's going to take for them to be competitive college applicants. Again, we can have students with us all the way from 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade, which means 10 years, which is a really long time to really help develop them and help build very strong relationships with these students and their families. Part of our role is really, again, the academic support, teaching them about college, but also providing them resources and access to things they may not normally have had. And one of those is really being a mentor. Mentors are great guides for our students, helping them teach what the school system looks like, teaching them what college will be like. And I'm really happy to say that we've got one of our mentors here, Penny Adler. So thank you, Penny, for being a mentor. And
My pleasure.
We'd love to hear more about your experience.
Thank you very much. So I started mentoring when I have 3 children, and they were at San Diego High School, and when the third one of them went off to college and they all chose to go east, I said, oh, well, now I kind of have an empty nest, and I think it's time for me to think about getting youngsters who are in school and working with them. And so that was like in 1996. That was, what, over 20 years ago that I've now been mentoring, although it doesn't seem that long. And so my first mentee was from San Diego High School, but then I learned about BLCI and got acquainted with them, and it seemed like an appropriate place to also mentor. So at that time, they selected a young lady for me, and I started with her. And then shortly after that, I live near Preuss. Preuss is a high school, middle high school in the La Jolla area, associated very closely with UCSD. And they had a coordinator, and they definitely were looking for mentors. And so I started with them. One of the things that's similar about the students at those 2 schools, at Preuss and at BLCI, is that their parents have never attended college. So these are youngsters who cannot particularly go to their parents and get a lot of guidance regarding going to college and what you need. So for me, that was nice because I could provide that to them. So let me briefly define mentoring versus tutoring, because there's a big difference. Tutoring, you're really academically dealing with students, which BLCI offers, on subject matter. Mentoring is more providing support to the kids, counseling them if they have issues and concerns, and as you get to know them better, they sometimes will bring up things going on with their families or other students and tell you about them, and sometimes you give them some counsel or advice, guidance to things like, what do you need to go to college? Should you be in this activity? Things like that. Sharing. We share our own personal, I share about my family and what they're doing every week. They share about their siblings and their family and what they're up to. If we travel, we share about that. Educating them about different things, from what's going on current event-wise to other things that are going on, or if they're reading a particular book in high school and I've read it, we might talk about it and I'll find out, what do you really like about it, what do you think about it. Motivating them, really telling them that it's really important that they do well in school to get into a college down the road. Every week, so in terms of what is the time commitment? So time commitment is as little as about an hour a week with these youngsters. As I say, at BLCI, I would come once a week to the BLCI and I meet with them there. I generally, because they enjoy it, bring a little treat, something they enjoy drinking, and then a little treat. And at Preuss, I meet with them during their advisory period once a week and bring a little treat, and we'll sit outside and in a little private area and chat for an hour. So it's as little as I say, an hour a week, and then as time passes, you may decide you're going to do something else with them that takes a little more time. Currently, I actually am mentoring 7 students, because once you've worked with these kids and gotten involved with the kids, and they graduate from high school, you don't just say bye. You and they feel a commitment to continue your relationship. So currently, 2 of my students are high school students. One actually is graduating, the other is a senior. 2 of them are currently in college, one at San Diego State and one at UCSD. There it's been a little tougher this year. We've had to talk on the phone, find other ways to communicate, but now we're back where I meet them about every 3 to 4 weeks, and we'll either go to coffee or lunch or brunch or something and have a chance to visit. And then 3 of mine are college graduates. One has gone on, gotten her master's and is employed. And the other one is in Spain, actually. She's graduated from college. She's in Spain tutoring English, and she'll be back this year. And I worked with her. She'll be going to UC, to San Francisco, University of San Francisco, and she's starting a program in counseling there. And another one is working and getting her master's. So that's kind of neat as well. And with those youngsters, as I say, I meet them every maybe month or so. Sometimes we chat on the phone, we text, different ways to keep in touch. I personally like to start with my kids in 9th grade, but as a mentor, some people would prefer to start with them in elementary school and carry them from 2nd grade or 1st grade all the way into high school and really get well acquainted. I start in 9th grade, and as I say, I happen to have one at BLCI and one at Preuss, but you certainly can chat and see if your local high school has a mentoring program. Generally, they select a student for you. You don't just go out and pick somebody, and they learn about you, so they're going to pick somebody that might have some same interest and they think you'll match with. And so that's kind of how it works. And at these schools, there's often somebody there who's that's their job. I know at Preuss, they have a coordinator. The kids come there, they let them know they're interested, and the coordinator has to get permission from the parent to allow mentoring. For the first period of time, I stay at the site, and then as we get to know each other better, and sometimes I actually get to know the parents, I then feel more comfortable occasionally taking them to something off-site. Again, as we get to know each other better, let me jump. So, also, the other thing that's been kind of fun is I have 2 sets of siblings. So one of them I took them all the way through high school, and then they got acquainted with their sibling and said, do you think your sibling would like me to mentor them? And they've said, yeah. So in 2 cases, I have their sibling. It's kind of fun because when they go off to college, I have the opportunity through the sibling to kind of keep track of them, and that's fun. And then when the one comes home, we all go out together. They've had an opportunity sometimes to meet my husband if we go to a play or something together, or to meet my other youngsters, my 2 kids, my 2 girls, and that's been fun. As I say, with the ones that have graduated, we meet every 3 to 4 weeks, and sometimes text in between. I've also had an opportunity to go to some of their major functions, their quinceañeras, their graduations. If they're doing some special play, something at school, if they're an athlete in a sport, I'll go watch them play. Just really get involved. So for me, it's been a wonderful opportunity. It has enriched my life, and yet I feel like I'm really doing some great things for some of these youngsters. So perhaps you have other thoughts and ideas and questions?
Yes. No, we're really grateful for Penny's time and her dedication to our students. I think that's what makes them successful. I think one thing is how to get involved, how to become a mentor. You know, as Penny mentioned, there is somebody at some of these schools and of course at BLCI that can really have that conversation with you if you're interested. We're really looking for folks who are dedicated. As Penny mentioned, it's a lot of time. It's a time commitment to really be having these weekly meetings, and sometimes, you know, the conversations can get very detailed, especially when a student is trying to decide where to go to college, or, you know, maybe as they get older where they're applying for a job. So these are the things that we look for as someone who's really interested in making that time commitment, somebody who's very authentic and genuine in their guidance of the student. We really want somebody who will be honest with them, who will bring resources as well, not so much, but maybe point them in the right direction, and, you know, make sure that they are really fulfilling that need that the student has. We can reach out. You can reach out to the organizations with BLCI. You can email at volunteer@blci.org. But I have one question for Penny before we close this off, which is, what's been the most rewarding experience for you in mentoring?
Well, I think it's just getting to know these youngsters, feeling like I am making a bit of a difference in their lives, it's kind of cute. One set of siblings that I have with these are the two girls who are actually now, one is graduated and working, the other's in graduate school. They've told me a number of times that before they can make major decisions, their parents have told them they have to get the clearance from me. So sometimes you almost feel like, oh my God, am I that important? I'm really, guiding them. That's important. But as I said, the parents generally, unfortunately, have not had an education. They're working, they're doing the best they can, but they rely sometimes on us to really guide the kids because of our backgrounds. And it's both my opportunity to really get to know these youngsters who are great and watching how they grow, and hopefully in the end watching them get through college and doing what their parents really wish they could have and now are so pleased and proud of their youngsters. And it's just a great experience. I've not regretted any of it, and I am so thrilled that I've been able to stay in touch with all these kids and watch them grow and work. And one of mine now is engaged, and I've met her spouse, or not her spouse, her fiance and the dog. And so in another, you just grow, see their lives grow, and it's just a really neat thing. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Penny. Thank you so much for mentoring for BLCI.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to it. She's due to assign me a new student because my last one is graduating and heading off to UCLA, actually. And so, and I had her sibling, that's the one that's in Spain, coming home. So I'm looking forward to my new BLCI student to start meeting them, getting acquainted with them, which will be really fun.
Should be. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Aren't you so inspired by these wonderful volunteers and their work? And of course, Velocity was so much fun. I was moving the whole time and hope you were doing the same. It's time again for an opportunity drawing, and this will be yet another Samsung tablet with a year of internet connectivity from AT&T. Please watch the chat box to see if your name is selected. Good luck. Our next speaker is coming to us from Chicago. Dr. Carmenza Milan is the Large Region Senior Advisor for AARP. She provides strategic support in 9 states. I'm so pleased to welcome Dr. Milan.
Hello, my name is Dr. Carmenza Mijan. I am the Senior Advisor for AARP. And thank you to the San Diego Oasis for the invitation to present to you at the Vital Aging Conference. I'm going to talk about how to build resilience from stress. Some of the COVID-19 life lessons that we had, and there were so many life lessons and so many things that we learned being in this COVID environment. So we'll be talking about what is the meaning of resilience, tips on how to build resilience, volunteerism as a way to increase resilience and prevent isolation, and tips on volunteering in a multicultural society and the diverse communities that we live in. So overcoming our worries, I wonder how many of us felt like the woman in this picture. We were worried. We may have been filled with anxiety. We may have been sad, feeling depression. And we were wondering if perhaps will the sun ever come out again? And we were just surrounded by news and bad news of the coronavirus and the pandemic. And we had concerns and we had some legitimate reasons to be worried. However, when we talk about resilience, what exactly is resilience? And resilience is not simply coping with a bad situation, but it's turning difficult times into a growth experience. And that's a definition from Froma Walsh, author of Strengthening Family Resilience. So we know that situations like the coronavirus pandemic triggered for us, many of us, the classic signs of anxiety: elevated heart rate and shortness of breath, anxiety attacks perhaps, depression, sadness. But studies show that when we see a situation like this as a challenge, something that we are able to rise to and overcome, we rise to the challenge, the heart becomes more efficient, blood vessels expand, you're more productive, and you might actually experience a better mental health outlook. However, when we see things as a threat, our blood vessels may contract, the heart works less efficiently, and decision-making is impaired. In the long term, viewing difficult episodes as unmanageable threats is also associated with accelerated brain aging. So, how do we build resilience? What are some tips on building resilience? I'm going to give you some tips and provide some examples. So let's continue. So I'm going to suggest, as mentioned, some ideas for turning threats into challenges and challenges into teachable moments. And there are two ways that we can possibly take control. A way that we can face challenges, and there are two ways as mentioned, and they are both important. There's something called problem focus, and that involves giving ourselves credit, for example, for things that we have been doing right all along during this crisis. Perhaps we were following the CDC guidelines like social distancing and isolation. If you have or were doing this, stop for a moment and recognize the work that you've been doing. That's called taking control, and that's great. Emotion focus involves taking measurable action to reduce stress, which helps boost our immune system, and such tips such as perhaps meditation, self-care, affirmation, the things that we can do to improve our mental health outlook. I invite you also for some free 20-minute guided meditations that are available at the stayingsharp.aarp.org website for tips and meditations that can help guide you and make you feel less worried. Now, many of us during the pandemic were under intense marital stress, or perhaps family stress. Maybe we had our adult children return back home. Maybe we had school-age children, and now they were at home doing remote learning. And so in times of stress, it helps to see the differences between us. And if it's your spouse or your partner or another child, between the two of you as a strength and not a weakness. Embrace the differences. Practice what is called dyadic coping. That is the way that couples deal with everyday stress as well as critical life events. And it also applies to families, not necessarily couples only. Dyadic coping can involve sharing goals and emotions, actively listening to your partner's worries, your family members' worries, and being supportive, both physically and verbally. Even if it's just one partner or one family member that takes these actions, it will benefit all parties. It will benefit both of you. And remember that if arguments escalate, consider professional counseling. Many health professionals are seeing patients virtually, and we're seeing patients during the crisis. And telehealth visits is something that probably will continue well into the future. So if you were a caregiver, for example, and was separated from your loved one, as a way to take control, don't underestimate the power of a simple phone call. While we know that this does not take the place of being physically present, the sound of your voice may provide your loved one great comfort. And vice versa, you listening to their voice may provide great comfort to you as well. During the pandemic, some facilities arrange for residents to talk to their loved ones on the phone, maybe while standing near a window where you could see them. And some were able to send you photos. Not ideal. However, what we do know is that small things like that can help you to see that they are okay, and they get to see that you are okay. Now, if you are a caregiver struggling, you can understand that if you were used to or are used to relying on a network of friends, relatives, and professionals to help you care for your vulnerable loved ones, you may feel, or maybe you felt, as if you were carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. In-home physical therapy appointments, bathing assistance, even just a reprieve, a little respite so that you could go out for a walk or do some shopping. Suddenly that help is gone, was gone, and it was on you 24/7. A very, very difficult situation. And in situations like that, it's easy to fall into worst case scenario thinking. So I know it's not easy, but I would say to you, don't do it. Don't fall into worst case scenario thinking. It's ineffective. If you feel yourself sinking into negativity, try something that might sound funny, but it's called controlled worry. And controlled worry, for example, is something that where you can schedule a 30-minute period to sit alone, ruminate, or write down your fears and worries. So you're controlling how much time you're going to spend in this worry phase. This simple practice, as funny as it might sound, has the power to help you contain your worries and free you to take action. So now think challenge. And it doesn't have to be all of your challenges, maybe just one challenge to start with. Each day, review your schedule and all the tasks that you need to accomplish. At the end of the day, congratulate yourself for meeting the challenge and then prep for tomorrow. And that can help you to take control of a bad situation. You can find guides for caregivers and the latest updates on safety recommendations at aarp.org/caregiving. This one was specifically difficult for all of us. We may have had peers, friends, or family members that were dying and died from the coronavirus. and whether it's a friend, a family member, or even a public figure who mattered to you. These losses are and were particularly painful and scary because it's natural for us to see ourselves in this group and be worried. Am I going to get sick? Is my loved one going to get sick? Will they die? Will I die? I mean, these were very, very real fears. But what also made this situation specifically difficult is that many funerals were canceled or delayed indefinitely. And that robbed us of the time we needed to mourn in order to gain closure and move on. Some funerals and services, however, were online and gave people the ability to watch the service on your computer. And I had that situation. I had a 58-year-old cousin who died of COVID in Colombia, and they held their mass, their church service online via Zoom. And it was very comforting. It was very comforting to see the family gathered. It was very comforting to see everybody on the screen, not the best, not the ideal, but it was comforting nonetheless. Even if there's no formal ceremony, it's important to reach out to loved ones so that you can share your fond memories of your loved one who has passed, perhaps telling jokes. Think of something that you would have done with them at an actual funeral. What are your family's traditions when it comes to something like that? So even talking to somebody on the phone to do that is very helpful. These things all allow us to process what happened, honor the life of our loved one, and be able to move on. Let's talk a little bit about isolation. We know that the COVID crisis created tremendous isolation for many of us. We were shut in place, everything was closed, there were no activities. It was, for many of us, it was a scary time. And we know that isolation can have negative psychological effects. There's studies that have been done that show that isolation kills. And it's the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. That's an astounding statistic. We also know that connection is critical for everyone, and particularly for older adults. And we also know that in addition of taking care of our physical health, which we talked about a little bit before, you'll want to consider your emotional health as well and how to take care of it. So one of the best ways to overcome isolation is to become a caregiver. But in this case, it's a caregiver of yourself as best as you can. Practice self-care. We often talk about self-care techniques, and that could be going out for walks, yoga, meditation, massages, anything that you feel that you need to do to take care of yourself so that then you can take care of your loved ones. Turn your attention to others. Check in regularly with friends, family, through phone conversations, video chats, cards, or letters. Also, refocus your energies into concern for others. And that can help you to turn away from anxiety and towards connection or reconnection, especially now when we're starting to get out a little bit more. We can now reconnect with our friends, our family, our community. If you have or had caregivers who no longer could visit you, for instance, the group who brought meals to your door and they may not be able to do so anymore, or that person has changed, you can always reach out to them to stay in close touch. Again, a text, a phone call, a letter, a video chat. Community faith leaders can also be a powerful resource for inspiration and suggestions on how to be of service to others. So let's summarize. Planning for the future, we know that planning for the future makes us more optimistic and resilient. So if you feel panicked, plan something for the future, which increases optimism. And I think now we're a little bit freer to plan for the future now that we are been vaccinated, getting out a little more, seeing people face to face. So maybe it's a little bit easier now for you to plan for the future. If you get stuck or sucked into a daily spiral of bad news, then seek out and share the good that happened to you in your day. Talk to your neighbor. Tell them the good things that happened, because we know that positivity is contagious. If you frantically hoarded food and disinfectant wipes, then flip your thinking to an altruistic mindset, focusing on doing something for someone else. Very early on during the pandemic, we heard about the Costco and the run on the toilet paper at Costco. And a little bit before that, I had been to Costco and I had purchased toilet paper. I had plenty of toilet paper. And rather than to think that I should just run again and get some more, I thought to myself, I have enough. I'll leave it there for someone who really needs it. And that made me feel a little bit more at peace and not as stressed. If you have started snapping at loved ones, then stop yourself. When you reach a level of 6 out of 10 on your own personal stress scale, disengage and take a breather. Close your eyes, meditate, step away for a little while, go for a walk, maybe do some yoga. Anything that'll help you to de-stress, and anything that maybe will create a temporary distance between you and your loved ones. If you felt uncomfortable slowing down, and I know that for me, this one was a particular challenge. We're all so used to running around, being double booked, and then had to stop all of a sudden. But one of the things that I say was a good thing that came out of COVID was that it gave us an opportunity to step back and consider what might come out of this might be a new appreciation for the simple pleasures in life. And I've tried to keep that for myself. I've tried to visit, now that we can, maybe just 1 or 2 friends, 1 or 2 family members, and not need to feel like I need to run from place to place, from house to house, all in one day to go see everybody, but to slow down and spend quality time with people and my loved ones. So just to summarize again, limit your news consumption, practice calming techniques, move your body, go for a walk, exercise, connect with loved ones, listen to music, dance in the kitchen, find activities that bring you joy, find something to do. Importantly as well, find ways to laugh and volunteer. We know that volunteering, you can return to your volunteer activities and it will make you feel good, prevent isolation, reconnect you with friends and family. And perhaps if you're not a current volunteer, you can seek new volunteer opportunities. So moving forward, how do we move forward in this post-pandemic and back to our volunteer activities in a multicultural society and in the diverse communities that we live in? So I'm just going to talk about some definitions and some things that we have been hearing, some terms. And we've been hearing a lot about this term called unconscious bias or implicit bias. So what does it mean? A bias are judgments and behaviors that we have towards others, and an unconscious bias, I should say, that we're not aware that we're doing it. So for example, a bias can be a stereotype that we might have about a certain group of people, but we're not aware that we have them. and we're not aware that our thinking is a bias. It's an unconscious behavior. So it's outside of our own conscious awareness. It's important to understand that we all have unconscious bias. These biases stem from our brain's tendency to want to find order, make split decisions, such as, is this a fight or flight situation? Am I safe or unsafe? So it's a decision, and it's a split decision made by our brains to help us to organize our social world by categorizing it, and categorizing it quickly. We need this as a defense mechanism. It becomes a bias when it is an irrational fear and we act irrationally. And if we don't know that we're doing that on a conscious level, then it is an unconscious bias. I'm going to talk about a few other definitions that I have been asked about. We talked about bias. Bias is a prejudice in favor of or against one thing, a person, or a group compared with another, usually in a way that's unfair or unflattering. Biases can be against an individual, a group, or an institution, and can have negative or positive consequences. And as mentioned, they can be conscious bias or unconscious bias, where we're not aware that we're having a bias. Prejudice is an opinion against a group or an individual, often based on insufficient facts and usually unfavorable, or it is an intolerant against other people. Stereotype. A stereotype is a belief that characterizes people based merely on their group affiliation, their group membership. And discrimination. Discrimination is a behavior that advantages or disadvantages people merely based on their group affiliation or their group membership. So remember, bias is a prejudice is an opinion, stereotype is a belief, and discrimination is the behavior. So if we all have unconscious bias, how do we decrease unconscious bias? Well, I'm going to provide you with 4 tips. The first one is, let's try and focus within. Tune into your emotions. Try to understand, are they irrational fears? And recognize also how your experiences has shaped your perspective. We all have been shaped by our experiences, our lived experiences, our family, our customs, our traditions, our family beliefs. So we have to recognize that we have lived experiences that shape how we view and see the world. When you're faced with a situation, don't make assumptions and try to stick to the facts if you can see them clearly. And if you can't, just take a step back, practice some of those tips that we talked about take a step back, breathe, take some time to think. And most importantly, when you focus within, try to turn your frustration into curiosity. And that is the curiosity to maybe want to learn about others. When we're trying to learn about others, I think that it's important to recognize also how their lived experiences have shaped their perspective. Also, how their culture, their family, their beliefs, their customs, their traditions have shaped their perspective, just like yours have shaped your perspective. Think also about how your actions may have impact someone else. Maybe not intentionally, but did it offend them? Did they react in a way that you did not expect? Was it something that perhaps they found offensive? Just think about how what you did might be perceived by that other person and how it impacted them. Did it make them sad? Did it make them hurt? So just think about that. One of the best things that we can do to learn about others is to engage in a dialogue. And when we do that, engage in a curiosity and open, authentic, and genuine way. So ask open-ended questions. Listen to understand, not to debate. You're trying to learn from people. One of the things that I do is before I frame a question, I'll preface it by saying, help me to understand, or I'm trying to understand, do I have it right? And that creates a safe and open space for a dialogue. Offer your views without defensiveness or combativeness. You're trying to have a conversation. This is not where you're trying to prove your point. Disentangled impact from intent. I know that sometimes we don't intend to hurt. Sometimes we just don't realize it. But if we do, try to understand the impact that it has on the other person. And most importantly, avoid blame. We're trying to have a dialogue and engage and get to know people. So think about how you can contribute as an active participant to engaging in a dialogue. And expand your options. Brainstorm possible solutions. And brainstorming can have two phases. You can brainstorm by yourself initially. Spend some quiet time, think about it. And once you have done that, include others and broaden your circle of brainstorming individuals that can have a dialogue and think of ideas. Be flexible about different ways to approach a common goal. There may be one goal or a few goals, but we know that there are different ways that can help us and different approaches that can help us to get to the same goal and meet our objectives. Experiment and evaluate. Be open to evaluation. Take your time to evaluate something, a product, a program, instead of rushing through it. Always step back and say, we piloted something. Let's evaluate it. How do we feel about it? And of course, seek out diverse perspectives. Studies have shown that diverse teams are more creative and we can get more out of a situation when we include diverse individuals. So I hope that now you are resilient and ready to go out again as we start opening up after the COVID crisis. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to be here. Thank you again.
AARP is doing some incredible work out there, wouldn't you agree? And again, many thanks to Ed and Verlocity for joining us and getting us moving. One more time, check the chat box for the last piece of Henry Winkler signed memorabilia. Good luck to all of you. Now, to finish our day, we will be treated to a heart-to-heart conversation with Bill Walton and Dr. Ken Druck. We will end this exciting day of learning with a song from the incredible Voices of Our City. Welcome, Bill and Ken.
I bet you can think about one person that you have not seen for the last 15, 16 months, who you miss, who you'd love to have a conversation with. Well, we created an opportunity for me to have an intimate conversation with a dear friend, and it's a conversation about aging. And my friend Bill Walton is here with me.
Who better than someone who's old and in the way?
There you go.
Someone who's so much younger than
well,
I used to be.
We got 68 here. We got 72. How many years together?
72?
72.
I thought you were still in high school, man.
Oh,
Come
no,
on.
no.
Got a new dog.
I know.
Way to go, kid.
It's all going on. Bill, thanks so much for being with us.
You got the equation wrong. I thank you. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I'm married to Lori. I'm alive, and I know Ken Druck. And we're here talking to our friends,
thank you, my
to
brother.
our community here in San Diego. And that's one of the critical elements of trying to age gracefully, the effort. And one of the things that I really try to focus in on is the concept of identity, who we are, purpose, what we want to do, and then the community that we're a part of. And when you have those three things in your life, then you have a real chance to move forward. Yeah. And I've been lucky in my life that I had so many great mentors, including you and all the projects that we've done together in our lives and in our future that still holds for us. But as a young person, so many people tried to help me. And sometimes I listened and sometimes I didn't. But now I'm one of the old guys. And here I am, and people come to me all the time. And they always ask me, what do we do? Where do we go? How do we do it? What do we say? And I gather all the information, and then I pretty much try to explain to them that you're not looking for advice, you're looking for an accomplice.
Yes.
And so as we move through life, one of the things that's been most beneficial to me is the communities that I've been a part of.
Yes.
First of all, growing up here in San Diego with the greatest parents ever. My dad's passed away 17 years ago. My mom's still going strong at 94 in the same family home on the hills surrounding Lake Murray. 69 years she's been there. They moved there right when I was born. I'm 68, but I'm in my 69th year.
And she's doing that alone? Does she have somebody living with her?
No, she has 24/7 care.
So, great.
And she'll be watching this show, and so and she'll be correcting me with all the things. But my parents were the greatest parents ever, but zero interest in sports. I was super lucky as a child in that the volunteer coach at the elementary school I went to in East San Diego was as important a figure as I've ever had in my life. And then when I was 9 years old, I started with Rocky. He was the coach. And he coached for 59 years as a volunteer and gave his life to build the community. Just a real pillar and a tower of strength and an example of perfection of what a life can be.
And you watched him through his seasons of his life.
Right. And I also watched him pass.
Yes.
And he remained very dignified the entire time. He remained the leader. And leadership is so critically important, as we've found through all of our mentors. And we understand that it's not how or what you teach, it's who the teachers are themselves.
Yeah.
And so from Rocky when I was 8 to Chick Hearn when I was 9, when he started broadcasting for the Lakers on the radio for me, and then John Wooden. Yeah. And those were sort of the overarching figures, and they all had different lives, but they all had the sense of purpose of what can we do to make things better. And then in my own life, the experiences that have come my way because I was a good basketball player, and the people I've been able to meet, and including so many of the artists and the musicians that we all go see together all the time on the concert scene. And I'll talk right now about the Grateful Dead, because one of the things that I always encourage people of whatever age is to try to find something. It's very hard. None of this is easy. When life looks like easy street, there's danger at your door. But the efforts to, to define yourself, to create yourself, to relate to other people, to be a part of a team. So I found the Grateful Dead when I was 15. I met them when I was 21. And
who did you connect with the most when you met them? All of them.
The entirety of everything.
Okay.
Because it's a real team.
Yeah.
And nobody makes it to the top alone. But I found this culture, this world of joy and happiness and celebration through the music. I also learned so many lessons in life from Bob Dylan and Neil Young and Jimmy Cliff and John Fogerty and Jackson Browne and the Beach Boys and the Rolling Stones. This is an endless list.
Yes.
And so I know we're up against the time here. So just if whoever your musicians are, I grew up in a classical music household. And so there was music on all the time. We didn't have a television.
What is the music you're listening to now that feels like it resonates?
All of it. I listen to the shuffle. I put it on the shuffle.
Yeah.
And somehow the shuffle knows what I need. And something will come up. And I listen to all kinds of music, rock. I listen to country. I listen to classical music. I listen to reggae. I love Jimmy Cliff. And
what about the music that people are watching now and they're saying, what is the music that is with me, that resonates with me at this season of my life? Is it the old stuff that I conjure back up? Are there new things?
That's a choice.
That are helping me age and ripen as a human being?
As I have been forced to recover so many different times. And the aging process is very difficult, and it requires you to recover. It requires you to change on a constant basis. And so listen to the music that makes you happy, because the world will keep coming in on you, and it'll create fear. It will create isolation. It will create all the negatives in our lives that we want to be free of and wash ourselves and just take a shower basically, or jump in the ocean and clean off. But to find what makes you happy.
What makes your heart sing?
I'm always sick. I'm always sick of something or somebody. And I have learned with all the different challenges, most of my challenges have been physical challenges. Now, I certainly have mental challenges as well, but those tend to come on more emphatically when my body's not working.
Yes.
So I have to work on my health on a constant basis. And so to deal with the sickness, to deal with the forces of evil, I have learned what works for me as the medicine, which is sports, participation in whatever it is you can do. And as we get older, it's harder and harder. And so I'm at the point, the end of the line, old and in the way, that there's three things. The three things most people can do all the way to the end. That's be in the water, move around, because I can't move in the air at all. I've had 39 orthopedic operations. Both my ankles are fused, both my knees are replaced, my hands and wrists don't work, my spine has been totally rebuilt and reconstructed. Fortunately,
Parts and service.
Fortunately, I'm with UCSD Health, and the people up there, they know what they're doing. And, you have to have a great doctor as you're moving forward.
Yes.
You cannot do this, and you have to have people who you can trust that have your best interests at heart. And so I've been so lucky to have been able to be a part of UCSD Health. And then after the movement stuff, because you have to keep moving.
Yeah.
You know, Einstein, he loved his bicycle, he loved his violin, he loved his music, he loved to think. And he said two things about the bike. He said, there's nothing that gives me more hope about the future than seeing an adult ride a bicycle. Then he also said separately about the bicycle that riding a bike is just like life. To maintain your balance, you have to keep moving forward. And so I do that motion in the water, in the weight room, and on my bike, but I also try to do it in conjunction with other people. Now, I'm a loner by nature. I've spent most of my adult life on the big stage with all kinds of people around, but I'm a quiet guy. I'm a lifelong stutterer. I had a huge stuttering problem when I was a child, really till I was 28 years old. I couldn't speak at all till then, and I learned how to speak, and while it became my greatest accomplishment, it became everybody else's worst nightmare. And so here I was, though, living this really, really exciting, dynamic, fun, exhilarating life, but always enjoying the quiet time. And fortunately, I'm super happy in love. Now, I can't speak for Lori, but I will speak for myself. Because as I was going through all the challenges to get where I am today, which is in a very good space, physically, emotionally, mentally, but the changes keep coming, and it never really stabilizes. And so our challenge is to try to be out in front of that change. It's like riding the waves.
You talk to Lori about issues that are coming up. Something bubbles up with you about...
Well, because my life always changes. COVID was the 21st time that I've had to totally start over in my life because my life, Ken, has been defined by meteoric climbs to the top and getting to the top, but then not being able to stay there. And I love being on top. But because of all the orthopedic challenges that I've had, that would just take me all the way to the bottom and have to totally start over again. So I got a lot of practice at this.
What's your new top? What's the top that feels most like where you are at this point in your life? That's something you're aspiring to?
The hardest lesson that I've learned recently, and I don't really try to get into ranking everything, but one of the great lessons of life that I learned recently was something that John Wooden used to just drive home to us all the time. Now, you know, in my life, you know, I had the perfect childhood. And, you know, we didn't have anything in terms of material accomplishments or material possessions or any of the things like that, but we had everything. I mean, growing up in La Mesa where it's 75, 80 degrees every day, and schools and people and communities and family, and that's what I thought that the whole world was like. And then I went to UCLA, and it was like the dream come true. and then I joined the NBA, and then things changed, because that's when I started to realize that not everybody had great parents, not everybody had a coach like Rocky when they were 8 years old. Not everybody had Chick Hearn every day in their ear, and not everybody had a John Wooden in their life. And so I then, you know, had to start over one more time. And so with the blessings of this incredible life also is the curse of thinking that everybody else had this too, and their understanding and the realization that not every place is like San Diego, and not every individual life is like the privileged one that I led. And so as we come together as a community, seeking the rising tide for all of us, and the ability to find what will make us happy. Because the goal is happiness, and happiness is a result. It's not something that you can just turn a switch on. I mean, it's a result of your health, your family, your home, your sanctuary, your safe place. And, you know, I love where we live. There is nothing, we live in Hillcrest on the north edge of Balboa Park. And we've been there for 42 years. And there's nothing in my life nothing good that would entice me to ever leave. Because I've been around the world and I've seen every place else.
I want to go back to something you said. You had the experience of having to retire from your first profession.
I never retire.
At an early age.
I'm forced to stop.
Because there are a lot of people watching that are now facing retirement, or they're staring into the abyss because they have retired. What would you say to them?
Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Find something new. And always stay active. Particularly, well, stay as active as you can physically. One of the things that we learn in our world of orthopedic challenges and striving for health is that motion is lotion. And the more you move, the better you're going to feel. And I don't know the scientific aspects of the value of exercise other than it makes me feel great. And when I have my biggest troubles, mentally, emotionally, personally, it's because I'm not moving. And when I'm not out there, you know, riding my bike or in the weight room. So that the first days are the hardest days. The first step is the hardest step. Now, motivation has never been my problem. My problems have been the inability of my body to cash the checks that my brain so freely writes. And so while I've spent half my adult life in the hospital, well, I spent a lot of my adult life thinking that I would never be happy in love, and then I met Lori, and everything has just been, you know, sunshine, roses, rainbows, calliopes, clowns, balloons, you name it. And so I'm so lucky there. But you have to be able to create the culture that you live in. And you know, start with your own home or you know, your safe place, wherever that is. And the ability to be able then to create that wherever you go. And that's one of the things, you know, Bob Dylan in our lives, he was one of those guys at the very beginning who taught us about expanding the boundaries and to not be afraid. And one of the things that sports, the team, and the music does for you is that it gives you the confidence. It empowers you, it enables you. And when you know, it's like when you're riding your bike. And I just came from riding out at Cabrillo, which is such a spectacular place. And you know, it's got everything. You know, you roll up the hill, and there's just so many different paths to the top at Cabrillo.
Your sense of wonder is so alive.
And so, you know, there's all these beautiful neighborhoods. The pavement is excellent. You can always find, no matter the day.
Bill, how do you keep your sense of wonder? Because you are still savoring, cherishing, fascinated.
I'm lucky in that I grew up with people who encourage me to be curious, encourage me to experiment, and encourage me to explore. And so we didn't have a TV growing up. At first we couldn't afford one, and then it was my parents' choice that, look, there's nothing on worth watching. This was before the advent of sports television with ESPN and all this stuff, and where all the games are on all the time. And one of the things right now in our life is that it's even more so now as we come out of COVID, is that there's just so much, and that you have to have those filters, and you have to be able to manage your time. And so, you know, here I was with a life, a background, a foundation of music, of books, and of the radio. And the radio with Chick Hearn, for me, was just always positive. Now, one of the things that is distressing to me is the amount of negativity, the amount of hate radio, the hate speech, and the anger and the viciousness. Now, when you're a bike rider, and say you're riding up on Point Loma, which I just did before I came here, and the neighborhoods are so beautiful, and the vegetation, and then you get onto the base there, and they have all the tombstones of the people who have sacrificed everything so that our dreams have a chance. And then you get onto the Cabrillo National Monument and the nature, you know, and you can go up to the lighthouse, you can go to the visitor center, but the real joy is when go down to the tide pools, and it's the closest thing to Hawaii that we have in California, where it's just so beautiful, and the waves and the quiet and the solitude and the natural plants, the natural existence, and then the best part of life, which is the climb up on the bike on the way back up, where it all really comes together. And that sense of understanding, the sense of appreciation, but the sense of confidence, the sense of empowerment, enabling. And you know, one of the things that I love about the music that we go see all the time is how much knowledge you get when you're there, how much inspiration you get, how you're healed, and then the direction from when you walk out the door at the end of the night. And you say, okay, now I've got it, and I figured it out. And so much of that comes from the storytelling that I've been exposed to in my life, mostly through the books. I'm an avid reader. I have taken up watching films on my iPad, particularly on the airplanes, but I haven't been on the airplanes now in 15 months. That's starting back up. But you know, my life, my business, my world is changing on a constant basis. And so one of the things that I've learned is, you know, how to deal with change, and to learn to force yourself really to embrace it.
Let me ask you a question. Sure. Your kids, what they have, my last book was called Raising an Aging Parent.
Right.
All right. About what it's like for our kids to watch us passing through these seasons. The person who was the, you know, all-powerful dictator of what was happening in our family life, or
to be in charge, and now
what's it like for your kids? Do they ever say anything to you? Are they delighted? Are they taking cues from you as they watch you? Because as you said earlier, you're now the John Wooden. You're the older guy. You're the dad.
That's a heavy.
You're the mentor. You're the mentor. What's that like, and what do they tell you? How do they like? They must delight in seeing you remain active. Their hearts must be heavy watching you suffer.
They have seen a lot of suffering. They've seen the crutches. They've seen the operations. They've seen the endless bad news. And I'm just.
What's the most difficult thing for them, and what's the thing that brings them the most joy about the way you're ripening as a human being?
I can't speak for them. You're going to have to get Adam,
What's your
Nathan,
guess?
Luke, Cam, Harmony, Chris. Because we have 6 children and 14
and grandchildren.
14 grandchildren, and it's fantastic because there's nothing like family. You know, what you learn over the course of failure is that health and family are everything. You know, when you're going along and you're soaring above the clouds and you're just flying and everything's going right, you know, you don't think in terms of health and family. It's when you're down and when you can't move and you're all alone and you just and you look back and you say, man, I really blew that. But I'm a very lucky and very proud dad in that the children are doing well, they're healthy, and their children are healthy and doing well, and they're moving forward. They're all totally different. They have all kinds of different interests.
Do you have a special connection with any 1 or 2 or 3 of the grandkids that's just been there for you, that lights your heart up? All of them?
I love them all.
Yeah, of course.
To see the joy in, you know, the sadness of COVID and the devastation, the forced isolation, but also the burden of my own personal life, in that, you know, I'm always on the go. And
did they ever say to you, Dad, when are you going to retire and be?
I'm never going to retire.
You know, when are you going to be a grandpa in this way or in the traditional way? What do they say to you?
The sad part, Ken.
Yeah.
And the grandchildren, they're not old enough right now to say this to me, and I'm not around enough.
Okay.
But the saddest part was when the children would say, Dad, you have to go out of town again?
Yeah.
Dad, I've got a presentation at school. Dad, we've got the prom. Dad, we've got graduation.
Harry Chapin.
Yeah.
We'll get together then.
Yes. And you know, the organization that's required, and bringing it back to the beginning of this conversation, the identity, the purpose, and the community, and the ability to say to people, because there's no shortage of people who want you to do something. And but the
especially if you're Bill Walton. Especially if
the
you're Bill
necessity
Walton.
at times to say, I'm sorry, but I don't do that anymore. And but it's hard because there are so many great people
and worthy causes,
and there's so many wonderful causes, and people need help. And I know how many people have helped me, and I also know the value to me of providing that help, because when you're down and when you're feeling alone and you don't see the path forward and it's nothing but darkness, please don't sit there and think about it, and don't turn on the TV and watch the news, and don't watch the commercials, because they're going to tell you something that you're going to believe you have. And so I've learned through experience to go out and volunteer for people who are worse off than you are.
Yes.
And it just lifts you.
Is that part of your legacy, leaving a legacy of love? Or what would you call it? A legacy of...
I don't think about legacy.
Okay.
Because I'm still going.
Oh, strong.
And I'm, in a way, I'm just getting started, in that the world is changing around us.
Yes.
And I like... I remember in the days of body surfing and boogie boarding, whether it would be at Mission Beach or Ocean Beach or Pacific Beach or Black's Beach or La Jolla Shores or all these places, or in Hawaii when we would go there, and just how fun it is to be out in front of the wave.
Yes.
And I try to utilize that in my own life. But that requires a tremendous amount of concentration and analysis and figuring out and talking to other successful people about creating the vision, what it is that you want, shaping that, and then how to get there.
What is your vision for this coming season of your life? As the world reopens, as we go back out into the world, what's your vision for, what makes your heart sink to think about?
I want to be involved in the business aspect. I'm no longer a competitive athlete, but I'm a competitive person. Yes. And I like to be on winning teams. And so all the new businesses that are coming up, one of the things that we're most proud of is the job we've done with San Diego Sport Innovators. Mm-hmm. And creating all the jobs, creating all the companies in the sports and active lifestyle. Silo here in San Diego, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry here, right here, with 1,200 companies right here in San Diego. And then also I volunteer for Clean Tech San Diego and all the renewable energy projects that are going on, and between Jason and Marty and Martha and all the different people up at Clean Tech, and just the phenomenal work that they're doing with solar and wind and geothermal, and just making the future sustainable, which makes all of us happier, because that comes back to our health. And so, as the world has changed and the media business has changed, I mean, I'm trying to find my way, and I'm trying to learn from other people who are a lot smarter than I am as to how I'm going to be able to navigate this financial future while also maintaining the physical health that I have to have. Because right now I'm doing fantastic. Yeah. I mean, I have no pain. That's a relative term, and then and I can walk for function. I can ride my bike a lot. Every day I'm in the weight room, and every day I'm in the water, and so that makes me feel great. But now I have to be able to transition from that into the business world, a business world that is totally changing, and how the material, how the content is created, and then how it's consumed. And the differences. I mean, one of the things that's so inspirational about my friendship with all these musicians is how they have created the life where they're the boss and they're in charge. And when you're the athletes, as we see with the great ones now, whether it's Kevin Durant, whether it's Giannis, whether it's Luka, whether it's still LeBron, we could have had this conversation. Tatis, oh my gosh. I'm going to the Padre game tonight, and I love going to the Padre game. It's so fun down there at Petco Park. Yeah. But how the athletes have now been able to seize their position and to be able to be the ones who are in charge. And the older you get, and the further away you get from having the ball in your hand, Tatis's bat, Tatis's glove, whatever your sport is, it doesn't matter. It's what you like. I'm watching the soccer Europe, the European Championships right now, and these guys are just brilliant. And but the further you get away from being the guy with the ball, the harder it is. And and that's where the relationships come in, and the teachers, the team, the culture, finding the right culture, and then but constantly working on building your foundation so that when it fails, you can fall back onto something to start over again.
Well, you've shown up today as a generous gesture to carry the ball for us and to promote vital aging. And I just want to thank you. And I know you feel like you've been given the gift.
You have the equation wrong. I keep telling you this. I'm the lucky one. I know Ken Druck.
I want you to thank me. Go ahead. I'll stand in for it.
I thank Ken Druck for standing up in front and to discuss these vital issues here. Because, this message has to be delivered, and it is obscured. And because some people will tell you, just take this pill or just rest. And we're not going to get better by sitting there waiting. When you're critically injured, you have to rest.
Yes.
But the ability to keep working. I mean, I remember when I've spent so many years with my physical therapist, Bruce Innes, who just got to the point in his life once COVID hit that he just said, you know what, I'm going to stop doing this. Yeah. But Bruce, he brought me back through everything: the fused ankles, the knee replacements, the spine reconstruction, everything. And there would always be this point along the way. He said, Bill, you're not going to get better just by sitting there and waiting for it to happen. It's time to get to work.
Get to work.
And so I've been super lucky in that I've had all these people, and I've had the ability to learn from my own failures and mistakes that nothing good happens without honor, without sacrifice, and without discipline.
Bill Walton, you're a good man.
I'm a lucky man.
And you're a blessed man, and I'm blessed to have you as a friend, and our audience is blessed to have had this time with you.
Thank you. Thank you, San Diego, for your kindness, your generosity, your patience. Thank you for my life. I am indeed the luckiest guy in the world.
Thank you, brother.
Well, that was a treat. Thank you, Bill and Ken. On behalf of the County of San Diego Oasis, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you for joining us today. Please be sure to visit vitalagingsandiego.com for more information and resources. And of course, please fill out that short survey that will be arriving in your email box very soon. Now, I'd like to welcome back the voices of our city choir to send us off on a high note. And in the meantime, stay vital, age well, and join us next year. Thank you.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. 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 Oh.
to the heavens, no man, no weapon formed against, yes, glory is destined. Everyday women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, his spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through Ferguson with our hands up. When it go down, we women and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots, we on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop, and we ran up.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. 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 Oh.
Now the war is not over, victory is won, and we'll fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory. Oh, glory. And we'll cry glory.
The biggest weapon is to stay peaceful. We sing, our music is the cuts that we bleed through. Somewhere in the dream we had an epiphany. Now we right the wrongs in history. No one can win the war individually. It takes the wisdom of the elders and young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my eyes have seen the glory.
One day, when the glory comes, it'll be ours. It'll be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Glory. Oh, glory. We'll cry glory. Oh, glory. One day, when the glory comes, it'll be ours.